work to help. We facilitate these events all over the country. We're actually trying to do more starting in October. We're going to do one in New Hampshire, and then we're going to help with doTERRA to do events all over the country starting in the fall and the winter. So watch for an event coming to a city near you. So with that, I want to give you a little bit of my background and why I actually feel so excited about talking to you about essential oils, why I feel excited about doing all these things that I do. Back in 2011, I had a truck fire. I had chemical burns to my lungs and smoke inhalation. When I went to Mass General, they basically told me they didn't know what to do or how to treat me because I had an issue that was unseeable. I had chemical burns to my lungs that nobody could see. When they scanned my lungs, they could just see a lot of buildup. So there's no real good tests other than what they had, the scope and all that, to figure out how to help small airway burns. So because they didn't know what chemicals I was exposed to because of the truck fire, they didn't know how to treat me. So what they did is they put me on 16 medications, sedated me, and put me there for 3 weeks. And so they could see if I could get out of that issue. Well, 2 years of my life, I literally was taking medications every day, couldn't function. So I owned a landscaping company at the time, and basically had to give that up. I had to sit on the couch, couldn't do anything. My father had to come and take care of me for several months. He had to literally help me get up and walk to the bathroom. It was that bad, to the point where I literally could not do anything. So I did this whole cycle for 2 years. I started looking at natural ways of doing things. I didn't have a clue what to do. Like, I was uneducated in anything other than, my industry at the time, which is landscaping, so I knew how to move dirt. So with that, I started going on this path of looking for things, and my pulmonologist said, you're basically controlled. So to give you a little bit more picture, I had a pulmonologist up in northern New Hampshire at Lebanon, and then I had one down in Boston. So literally I had a 2.5 hour span to drive. Monday I would go to Boston, Friday I would go up to Lebanon. And I had 2 pulmonologists trying to figure out how to treat me. So finally my wife's friend, she started using essential oils. She got her doTERRA box and she was so excited to tell everybody. And she came to my wife and said, Steve needs to try these oils. So I'm like, well, that's all voodoo, witchcraft, all that stuff. my whole interpretation of it, because obviously the doctors told me that I was needed to do this. So I was listening to the doctors. Well, I had bad headaches every day from the medications I was taking. I used past tense for the first time, and within 10 minutes, my headache was completely gone, and I hadn't had that in several weeks. So I was like, okay, I'll try this again. Might have been a fluke. If it happens again, then I'm going to look into it. So I did it for 3 days, basically trying it over. Oh, it worked. It took my headache away. Wait a minute. I got to give it one more day. And so I kept doing that, and then finally I said, okay, I need to know more. So I started watching every video that you could on YouTube. At the time, this was pre-compliance. So Dr. Hill's videos were in black and white in his basement, and you could have any content you wanted right on YouTube because it was uncompliant. Well, since then, all those videos have been taken down, even though I screenshotted a lot of those things. So with that, he had mentioned something about cypress oil, and he had mentioned that cypress was an for anti-inflammation, and he mentioned that the possibilities of how it could help asthmatic patients. He also mentioned that that oregano was the only anti-spasmodic essential oil that he knew of. So I used those 2 things, and the first time I had my asthma attack, I didn't go straight to, or my breathing attacks, I didn't go straight to my inhalers. I went directly to a couple drops of oregano in a shot glass, and I gargled it. Don't ever do that.
That's hardcore.
But what I learned is oregano and water are a really good rescue inhaler because my asthmatic attack stopped immediately. It stopped, I stopped having the issue, and it worked. So the cypress I started using daily. I started getting a lot of relief from the cypress, and then I created my own essential oil regimen, let's say. So within 6 weeks of using essential oils, I was on a plane to Utah to go to the doTERRA convention to learn about essential oils because I wanted to know everything I could. So within that 6-week time frame, I learned about oils. I basically talked to my pulmonologist and said, hey, I'm going to Utah, I'm doing all this, what should I know? So basically he gave me all the information. I flew to Utah, did it all. As soon as I got done at doTERRA's convention, I came home, told my pulmonologist, I'm quitting all my medications. I'm done. I'm going to use essential oils, and I'm going to try to do natural health instead of it. And he's like, well, I don't suggest it because you're going to be violently sick. You're going to have all these issues. I said, okay, I'm willing to take that risk. So for 3 days, I was violently sick, horrible, like I was having withdrawals from all the medicine. It was just absolutely horrible. But after that third or fourth day, I started to get relief, started feeling better. And I'll tell you, within the first 2 to 3 weeks, I was able to walk up my first flight of stairs without getting winded, feeling like I was going to pass out. So obviously, the moral of the story is uncompliantly, essential oils changed my life. Now, to back that up, I want to tell you why I think what I'm about to present you is something that you need to think about, but I want to set the groundwork for every speaker that comes after me. So for the last 10 years, or since 2013, that I've been in this essential oil business, I've done everything from helping write books for essential oils. We've published over 200 books in this space. You go to Aroma Tools and Oil Life, you're going to see our books all over their tables that we've published. You have to look at all those things, but for me, what I look at is of the person, not specifically what we're doing as a whole as a business. So when I was driving, when I started this business, I saw the sign that says, American runs on Dunkin's, because there's Dunkin' Donuts everywhere. If you're from New England, you know that there's a Dunkin' Donuts in every corner. So with that, I said, I want to be a business that people that come to us can run their business on, like American runs on Dunkin', like that mindset. But I realized really quickly that I can't be that business. I can't be the business that helps run your business. We are the business that helps you build your business the way you want to build it, in the way that you need to, and connect with your audience and your people the way that you need to. So last year, we started a program called the Inspired Growth Program. We basically invested $10,000 per leader into their businesses. So we wanted to see how we could help leaders grow even more. So from that, we realized that we needed a digital platform, so we created a company called Motivate Digital Solutions. So we help build funnels and all that stuff for you to basically follow up with your customers and things like that. So obviously we're working, so anybody that I've talked to already, we're working on a book that's going to be smart AI, that's going to have everything that basically will help you build your business when they scan the QR code. But with that, all the technology and all the stuff that we've learned brought me to this whole thought process that you can say one thing to your leaders, you can say one thing to anybody, but you've got to be able to describe it, explain it, and help people understand exactly what you mean in a way that they can understand. So how do you do that? Does anybody, with a show of hands, does anybody know how to do that great? Does anybody think that they do that horribly? Well, there you go. Your hand was first. I'm going to call on you. I'm not going to say your name here, but why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that you have an issue with describing it? Yeah.
It's just getting my verbiage out, and I get muddled with what I'm wanting to say. You need to use less words, not more.
Yep.
And so that's where I struggle.
So I'm going to have him cue up a video in a second. And so I'll give you a little bit of my background. So basically in 2020, obviously the world changed. And I was an e-commerce business. I had built my business to the point where I knew how to do online sales. So the SBA came to me and said, hey, we know you've spoke for other organizations like SCORE before. Can you speak for us? So 38,000 people were on my first Zoom call. And I had never done a webinar before like that with more than 10 people. So I'm like, I see the numbers ticking up on the side there, and I'm like stressing out, shaking, like. But I gave a presentation on e-commerce. You know, I had several thousand people reach out to me via email after that presentation, and I'm like, how the heck am I going to follow up with all these emails? So at the time, my assistant basically started asking questions and getting feedback. So basically, we were able to build a platform. We were able to build that information together. And what we realized is the things that people needed to know were the things, it was all the same. They just said it in a different way. So one person needed to know how to resize their images. Well, if you get an email 10 different ways about resizing an image on a website, you're going to get a different response based on your answer, or your question, the way you pose it. So if I say, hey, I'm having issues with my images, how can you help? Like, that doesn't give me the problem that you have. So what we had to go back is, what's the issue with your images? Well, I need to figure out how to size them right so they look good. So we were able to build a platform that could literally step by step go through and show you how to do that. Again, I'm not trying to sell a platform today or anything like that. I don't know how to do it. What I'm trying to say is I was able to build that program with my team that we could have over 30,000 different e-commerce businesses go in there, which actually in 2021 earned me the SBA's Business Owner of the Year Award, which I got presented in Washington, D.C. and all that stuff. But not that I care about any of that, because I don't want accolades or anything like that. What I want is I want to be able to show you that today you can do that. What the other lady said over there, and again, I want to ask your name, I'll ask you after. But thing is you can do it. You can just reframe and rephrase the way you ask the question or the way you give the instruction to be able to make it so that you can be able to get the right answer back or be able to move forward. Can you cue up that video? If you might have seen this video before, it's making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Sorry, you ruined it on purpose.
You know what, I'm hungry. I could really go for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Do you guys think you can write down some instructions and teach me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah.
Step 1. Get 2 pieces of bread out. Get a butter knife and get some peas. Take 1 piece of bread, spread it around with the butter knife.
No, Dad, we need the peanut butter.
I'm just doing what it says. It says take 1 piece of bread, spread it around with the butter knife.
Hold on.
Get some jelly, rub it on the other half of the bread. It doesn't say to do that. Put the breads together on top of each other. Take a big bite.
All right. So do you guys understand the thought process there, what I was trying to say? Like, explaining directions. If you watch that video on YouTube, you can go, it's another 6 minutes, pretty fun to watch. But if you keep going, he's going to bring his daughter and he's going to do the same thing with his daughter and he's going to ask her to do the same thing. So the way the direction was laid out was presented to me in my class when I was in college. That video was actually shared as one of the things that the professor showed us, that you can basically explain things in a way that can either confuse people or help you get the right answer. So as you're going through today and you're hearing all these speakers talk about these ideas and these directions and different things, obviously they're going to talk more about connecting with you where you are now. What I want to say is ask the right questions. Like, go through the process. Like, and again, I wish if we had more time I'd let you watch the whole video because it's fun. But with that, it's those directions. Like, at the end of the video, he explains the peanut butter and jelly, like putting it on the slice of bread and all that. The moral of the story is that basically you need to be able to be prepared to ask the question. You need to be able to be ready to ask the question in a way or be able to pose it in a way that you can understand. So today, as you're listening to the speakers, I want you to do that. I want you to think about those questions and write those down as you take notes, because there's going to be times for a lot of speakers to ask questions. And when Tasha comes on later today, she's going to be doing some stuff. So with that, you're going to have opportunities. I'm pretty much done, but I want to call Jeanette. She's going to be the next speaker today. I don't know if you have slides or anything. And again, I'm going to be out back. If you have any questions, oh, got a question.
Hey, I'm sorry. I just need to know how you use the Cypress.
Oh, yeah. So I rub Cypress on my chest almost every morning when I wake up because it's the only thing that helps my asthma issues.
Okay, so it's topical.
Yeah, I use it topically. So lately, I've been using Adaptive on the back of my neck, and I found that the Adaptive actually helps me to low. I think it's just stress in life. Like, Adaptive is the only thing that slows my blood pressure.
Right.
Because one of the things that happens with asthmatic patients is not just the reaction. Again, I'm uncompliantly talking about this right now, so I'm not going to edit it out because I don't need to. But with that, so going back. So basically, what I've learned, and this is just my personal use, is that when I have an asthmatic issue or I have bronchial spasms where I start having hyperventilation or breathing issues that happen, I have to either do 2 things. I have to stop it immediately with a rescue inhaler. I have to then use Cypress or something like that to slow it. Cypress isn't going to stop it. So like when I feel that tightness in my chest coming, I put the Cypress on immediately. Then I always do the Adaptive on the back of my neck and then also on my pulse points. So those are the 3 things that I've done to be able to do it. But more recently, my wife is, the oregano thing, I still take in a capsule. Like when I know that I'm getting a lung infection, I'll take the oregano and I'll put it in a capsule, take 3 drops internally and do that just to try to nip it in the bud. Any other questions? I will be out back if you have any other things. I can give you the link to the video. I can also give you my whole list of oils that I use for my asthma stuff. But I'm going to call you. I'll put another hand.
Please remind us of your name again.
My name is Stephen Kesselring. So
How do you spell your last name?
Kesselring, and I am the owner of Your Oil Tools out back. So you can come see me. I'll say hello. Answer any more questions. So now Jeanette is a good friend of mine. We've known her, or I've known her for a while. My family looks at her as family. My daughter calls her Aunt Jeanette. So we're definitely, we've known each other a long time, but I want to have her come up and get started. She's going to lead us off today with the first speaker. What I'm going to ask Jeanette is that you introduce Kirk when he comes up next, so that I don't have to pop back up, but, all right.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks, Steve.
Of course. It's my caffeine. So my name's Jeanette. I've been doing this 11 years next month.
What do you wear? Do you have on
Adaptive.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah.
Not because of this. I went to court this week. That was fun. So I started 11 years ago next month. One of my girlfriends called me the other day. Her name is Courtney Coates. She's a marriage and family therapist. So glad I had her as a best friend. Anyway, she called me and she's like, do you know how much money I've made in the last 10 years since we've been doing doTERRA together? She just hit her 10-year mark. And Courtney was really active, like we ran together, and she said, I worked really hard with you for 2 years. And then I just kind of dabbled here and there, right? Like I went and did my own thing. Courtney's a really free spirit. She lives in a bus that she converted, and she's just a free spirit. So she's an amazing person. And she said, I've made an average of $40,000 a year for my 2 years of work. And then just being consistent, right? How long have you guys been in? Anyone longer? Anyone that's brand new, raise your hand. Like this year new? Welcome to doTERRA. You are now a doTERRAist like the rest of us. Anyone been in for 5 years? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11? You've been in as long as I have? 11 as long? Okay. 11? Yeah? Doing it like as a business.
Trying to do it as a business.
You're trying to do it as a business?
Personal,
Why are you still here?
because of the oils and how they work and how they've helped me with my traumatic brain injury, and I live it.
So, just for the recording, he said, I've been in here for 11 years because of how the oils have worked, because of his traumatic brain injury. Thank you for sharing. Why have you been doing this 11 years?
Because I believe in the products and they make a difference in my life, and I've been able to influence help a lot of other people as well.
You've been able to help a lot of other people. Got it. Anyone else? Yeah.
I've been using it because I'm Native American. We have such high rates of health issues, so dependent on pharmaceuticals, and God bless them, they need health services. So it's been a challenge because we get free medication, and we have to take medication to counteract the effects of the medication. You know, it's crazy. So, but it's not easy because they get it free. And they have to pay for doTERRA, so I'm hoping I can build my business so that I can have them try it, you know, and see the difference, because it's made a difference in my life.
Well, free is, it's hard to beat free, right? But there's a price for that free medicine.
Right.
So, for me, for taking pharmaceuticals, there was a price. My price was, I ended up in multiple organ failure. That was my price of medicine. So, I was 37 in the hospital, and they said your kidneys are failing, your liver is failing, your heart is not working, it's gonna give out. So.
Right, and that's only the tip of the iceberg because of the mental health issues, the suicide rates. The fentanyl in Indian country is highest per rate of population. I lost my daughter-in-law, so it's just, you know, it's what I believe in every day.
Yeah, good. Thank you for sharing. So my point in talking about this is, if you're going to be in this, right? Most people get a new job every 3 to 4 years. Did you guys know that? Career-wise, 3 to 4 years. This is my 11th year, heading into next month, right? 11 years, 11 years, 11 years. You have to figure out and really, really get very emotionally tied, right? I would call it emotional anchor. You're tearing up talking about it. You feel really emotionally strong to helping people, right? You're driven to help people. So what is that anchor for you to help you when times get hard? For me, I don't know how to do network marketing. I'd never done it before. I didn't know anyone. I called my sister and I said, hey, I think we can help a lot of people, make a lot of money helping a lot of people. But I need someone that will speak because we know that I can't speak, right? Which is actually funny, watching someone make peanut butter and jelly. I actually took a public speaking class in college. And my professor told me, if you can just stand up, you don't have to make eye contact with anyone, but if you can stand up, and if you feel like you're gonna throw up, I'll have a garbage can there for you, right? And he said, just stand up and tell us how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I got the peanut butter out, and I opened the lid, and I started stirring it, and I made it that far, and I threw up, and I hit my head, and I woke up with people standing around me. So, I just want you guys to know, if I can do this, I promise you can. So, I don't know, a few years back, Kirk, when was it when we had 1,000 people back there? Was that 2018? Right? And I stood up, and I was really nervous, and I had a red dress on, and I stood up and I said, everyone, I want to welcome you guys to Sex Secrets Academy. And I thought, oh my gosh, I just did. And I was like, we're not going to talk about sex. I want to welcome you to Success Secrets Academy, where we're not talking about sex. And my little sister was in the front row. She just was dying. She was rolling off of her sleeve, laughing, right, or her seat laughing. So I get speech apraxia when I get nervous. I'm really an introvert. I have very few friends because I like my alone time, right? I have a few really close friends that I'm really, really close with, but a few friends, right? And it's not because I don't like people. I like quiet. I like very simple. So, when someone said, well, go make a names list, I thought, what is that? They're like, well, go to a networking event. I'm like, what does that even mean? I don't know what a networking event is. I had no idea. And my friends list, I was like, well, I have 3. 3, right? But I thought, if that person can do it, I'm pretty sure I can figure this out. So my first class, I showed up, my sister flew out. We were business partners, right? So my sister flew out, she was gonna support me, and she said, I stood up and I taught a class, it was horrible. She said, please don't ever tell anyone we're sisters again. That was so embarrassing, right? So embarrassing. And at the time, I had a car that was, what do you call it, a salvage title car? And I was crawling in and out the window because the door wouldn't even open, right? So, my ex-husband, my current husband at the time, was, he would get a job and then quit a job, get a job and then quit a job. So it always kind of fell on me to figure out how to kind of, make things work still with a special needs child. He had actually just learned how to talk, so that was really exciting for me, but I was still like, okay, how do I balance all this? Anyway, I say this because my son was my why, right? When someone told me that frankincense would stop his seizures, I thought, you gotta be kidding me. Because my hands, my knuckles are all kind of messed up because I've broken my hands by grabbing his head before he hit the ground having seizures. My life changed so dramatically to not have to watch my kid have seizures, to not have to, grab his head at Costco, to not be kicked off of an airplane because someone doesn't understand what, different seizures look like, right? So he's quit having seizures for years. They've kind of come and gone depending on different circumstances. But my why has developed and changed, right? So it's okay if you start with one reason, and maybe, the passing of your daughter-in-law, right, is another reason to just keep going. There are people out there that are looking for something to help them with maybe their TBI, right? Maybe they have a traumatic brain injury. So there's people out there looking for something to help them so they're not living off of IVs. I have a port. It's my second port. It's been, I don't know, 10 or 11 years since I've had ports. I was around the clock living on IVs. I go to the doctor, get 8 IV bags to go switch out all day, right? And the next day. And I would go get my port accessed. You guys know what a port is? Everyone knows what a port is, right? I go get my port accessed, and every week I'd go home and shower. They would take it out, right? I'd go home and shower. They would put a waterproof bandage on it, and then I would go back to the doctor's office the same day to re-access my port again, to just go right back home to do 8 more IVs every day, just around the clock, because that's how I lived. So at times I looked a little gray, but I typically looked like this. If you go back on my social media, I typically always looked like this, maybe with pink hair here and there. So I think this is one of the only times I've ever not had pink streaks in my hair, at least. So it's just my thing since, yeah. I've always liked pink. Actually, my nickname, my family will still call me Pink to this day. So that's what they've called me since I was born. Anyway, so anchoring some sort of an emotion in to keep you going when things get rough, right? Has anyone had a rough year or two? Who's been in doTERRA for a long time? Yeah? Yes? Yep. Let's be honest here. Who's lying? So, right, thank you. So it's like, I think a lot of us have experienced that, but what are we doing to get back in, right?
We're here.
We're here, yeah, yeah, exactly, we're here. Did you guys wanna come?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, yes, yes.
We came early.
I didn't wanna come. I didn't wanna come. I didn't. I was like, I'm too busy at home, I have too much going on. I'm a single mom of a special needs adult, going through conservatorship court and probate court and all this other legal junk with him to try to get things situated for him. Oh my gosh, it's so overwhelming, I didn't wanna come. So, it was just a lot. I was like, oh, I feel really overwhelmed, but I'm gonna show up anyway. I think this is like our, Steve, is this our 9th year or 8th year doing these events? I don't even remember. 8th year? So, I originally started, because I had people asking me, so I hit diamond and I hit silver my first month, gold my second, platinum my third, diamond I think was in 7 months, maybe in 8. I'm dyslexic, numbers are not good with me.
You
I
did
think-
that with 3 friends?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how I did that too with 3 friends. Yeah, with my 3 friends. So, when I say I was an introvert, I really was introverted. So, I'd keep my head down, I wouldn't talk to people because I was, I just was like, oh, what am I gonna talk about? I don't know. I don't even know how to really start conversations with people, which is not the case now. I mean, my boyfriend's like, gosh, you do not stop talking when you go out in public, ever. So, which is, he's like, it's great. You've learned to develop the skill because I see how you are really, and you really are introverted, but out, you're very extroverted, because I've learned the skill for business, right? To help people. So, where was I at? Does anyone know?
3 people.
My 3 people. So, Blue Diamond, I don't know, 18 months, 17 months, I can't remember, and Prez in 4 years. And I took a year break in there. So, the way that I did that, well, actually I had all these people asking me, how did you do it? And I thought, I can't take every single phone call and every Facebook message. I don't have the time to do that while doing my business, while taking care of my kids, right? And I also have a daughter too. So, I couldn't do all of that, right? So I thought, well, I actually want to know what that person's doing. And I don't even know that person, because I showed up my first convention and I was diamond, right? So, I didn't know anybody. I met Kirk back here, and I thought, okay, well, what are you doing, right? And then I met another woman, Jess, and I said, well, what are you doing? And then I met Esther, and I thought, well, what are you doing, right? So I started saying, hey, why don't we just get together, and we'll all share what we're doing to see what works. Because what I do might not work for the next person, because I don't take rejection personally. So, and I had a lot of rejection with what I do. So if you're gonna take something personal, you might not wanna do what I'm going to tell you I did. So, but you might learn from the next speaker what he or she did, and you might be like, yeah, I can do that, right? So, or you might just say, I can do that one little piece of what Jeanette did, and that will shift my business, right? So what I did, I'll go really quick because I think I have, Steve, how many more minutes do I have? 10 minutes? Okay. So what I did is I did have places in the community that I would go. At the time, we were very strict, gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free, yeast-free. I mean, I kind of joked that we were like food-free for a long time. So we did eat food. I did feed my children. But we just had a very strict diet, right? For his health issues, for my health issues, for my daughter's health issues. So we ate a very strict, clean diet. And I would go to different places to go grocery shop, right? So I learned to start talking to people in the grocery store. And it made me really uncomfortable. Probably said some stupid things. I'm one of those people that I'll say something and then I'll think, oh, why did I even say that? I really don't know why I said that. So I don't know if you've ever had that. That's like me all the time. So, especially in bigger groups, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't know why I said that. That was embarrassing. Anyway, whatever, just moving on, right? So I learned how to speak to people and how to start chatting with people, and I learned how to direct that to doTERRA. So has anyone ever heard something called FORM, F-O-R-M? What does the F stand for? Family. If you're not writing it down, you should write this down, unless you just remember everything, which I'm jealous of your brain then. So, family. O, does anyone know what O stands for? Occupation. R, recreation. M, money or message, yeah. Because some people are motivated by different things. So family, I would learn how to talk to people about their family, literally in the grocery line, on an airplane. Airplanes are the best. If you're not signing up someone next to you in the airplane, you need to learn how to do this. Because I'm gonna challenge you guys on the way home, if you flew here, to try and sign up the person next to you. And I know that the plane is gonna be filled with other doTERRA-ists, but I promise you, you can still do this, right? You can go be reseated, you can figure it out. So, I mean, I'm guessing that if you're here, you're not an excused person, you're an action taker. So family, you're gonna learn to talk to them about their family, right? So for me, we'll use myself as an example. I wanted to figure out how to help my son, right? Recreationally, I never had fun. The only thing I did was care for my son. That's why I had no friends. All I did was care for him and my daughter. That's it. And figure out how to, go sell furniture on Facebook that I would go buy that was coming from shipments over from China, right? So I'd drive up to LA and go get another shipment of furniture and sell it on Facebook or Craigslist or whatever I was doing 10 plus years ago. It's awful, I hated it. So, family, recreation, I would have liked to have been having fun, right? I like the beach. Actually, I love the beach. I live in California. I love the mountains. I love the ocean. I like camping. So, today was the first day I didn't put makeup on, actually, because I hate makeup. I never wear it. I thought about it, and I thought, yeah, no. But that I put something nice on, because typically I'm in shorts and tank top, because I don't really like to dress nice. Today was the first day, maybe the second time or the third time this year, I actually curled my hair, and I hair dried it. So, because I'm like, getting ready, that's such a pain, because I just want to go to the beach every day, right? I want to just go, be myself. And not that I don't feel like I'm myself, but you know what I mean, right? That takes time, and I just want to be me. So I want to just go and have fun, but I couldn't, because I didn't have the time, I didn't have the money. And people would, kick us out of restaurants because my son's behavior problems, right? My son has autism, if any of you guys don't know. His name is Jackson. So you'll see me wherever I'm sitting tomorrow. I don't know I have no idea where presidentials and blue diamonds are sitting. I haven't got the message yet, but you'll see him sitting next to me if we're down on the floor or whatever. So, form, family, occupation, recreation. Oh, I did that wrong. Dyslexia, you guys. There you go, total dyslexia. So, O is occupation. I told you what I was doing, selling furniture, and I really hated it. I would drive to LA, go buy this furniture, which I had to get licensed to go buy, and I had both my kids in my car. and I had a trailer, and I would strap it down, right? And then drive back to San Diego. So, which you guys, if you've driven in California, traffic is horrible, horrible. And if you have 2 kids in your car, one of them being autistic, it's hellacious. I'll just put it out there. So I literally hated what I was doing. So I was doing other things, but that's one thing I hated. Oh my gosh, if I could make an extra $1,000 a month, so I didn't have to do that, oh, that'd be great. But I needed to buy food, right? So family, occupation, recreation, I already told you I had no money and time to go do anything fun. And then message or money, right? I had a need for money. Does anyone in here have a need for money? Right? Does anyone in here want to go have fun in life? Does anyone in here have a message they want to share with people? Because it's money or message, right? Money or message. So, oils changed your life, changed my life, they changed your life, right? Have oils changed your life? Yes. Yes? Yes, sir? Yeah. Oils have changed our lives. For basically everyone in here. If they haven't, raise your hand. I mean, it's totally fine to be honest, I don't care. If you haven't had like this dramatic thing with oils, totally fine. So, it doesn't even have to be dramatic, right? My little sister, she doesn't have cold sores anymore. She's like, that's so awesome. I don't know how I'm gonna afford a bottle of Melissa oil, but that is unbelievable. And now she's a diamond, right? And she has a blue diamond in her ether. So, she makes really good money as a diamond. All of that being said, if you can learn the skill, and you can go YouTube this, which I highly, highly suggest you YouTube this, and learn this one skill of how to get form down. The other thing you should learn.
I'm sorry, can
Yeah.
you repeat that?
Learn the skill of form, F-O-R-M. Go YouTube it, right? I just told you what it is. Now you need to learn how to have this in conversations. Does anyone have a friend with them here? Does everyone have a friend with them here? Yes? So your friend is now your partner, okay? You're going to get on the phone and you are going to practice form. You're going to pretend to be not a doTERRist. You're going to pretend to be a normal person that doesn't use oils, right? And you're going to practice this. This is a skill you can learn and enroll somebody every single day if you want. Every single day. You might have to drive out of your town of 2,500 people, I don't know, but I promise you, you can do this. Do you guys know Stephanie Martin? She's a presidential diamond, right? She made it to presidential without Wi-Fi, right? She lives in the middle of nowhere with no Wi-Fi. She'd sit out, she'd drive down the street and go sit down at the end of her car. She would speak, but she's scared to death of public speaking. She's a presidential diamond. She won't come and speak in front of this many people. So if you're scared of speaking, it's fine, you can do it anyway. You don't have to force yourself to throw up and, pass out in front of people. So, to get over your fear of public speaking. So, there's other ways around it. You don't have to do that, right? You don't ever have to speak. So, form is one of those things I used. There's also something called the 60-second elevator speech. I hired a coach. Her name was Laurel Langmeyer. When my sister told me I sucked so bad at speaking, she's like, never tell anyone I'm your sister. We don't look anything alike, by the way, so no one would ever guess that she was my sister. So people often are like, oh, are you Cuban? Are you black? What are you? So we really look different. We taught a lot down in Florida, and people would oftentimes mistake her for not being Caucasian because we don't look anything alike. And she speaks great Spanish, so all of that being said, she was so embarrassed to be my sister, right? Because it was really that bad. I was horrible. So another thing you can do, your 30-second elevator speech. Has anyone ever heard of this? Does anyone have an elevator speech that they'll come up here and share? Someone be brave. I will call in someone if no one volunteers.
Can you do yours?
I want to see someone else do theirs. Do you have one? Or no?
Not college.
I am talking to you. Do you have one or no? No, okay, it's okay. Anna, do you have one? No, okay. So 30 seconds in an elevator. You can make small chat. Hey, what is it that you do, right? What do you do?
I sell doTERRA.
You sell doTERRA. Okay. Yeah.
I say I'm a natural solutions educator and specialist helping people with natural solutions.
Yeah, what is that? What does that mean?
Well, I represent a company called doTERRA,
Mm-hmm.
and we use plant-based oils in replacement of pharmaceuticals and
Mhm.
other products that contain toxins. So I try to help people replace those toxic materials with a natural solution in their lives, whether it's in their home or their body or family, work, whatever.
Without camera being on. Steve, can we edit this or not? This is what I do. And I had permission from somebody important. I'm not gonna mention who he is or what his role is in doTERRA. But I was told as a presidential, behind closed doors, like an elevator door, I can say what I want. Now I'm not gonna say frankincense, stop frankincense seizures, or all the oils help me get off of around the clock IV therapy, right? That kind of stuff. But I will say, I'll ask somebody a question. Typically, most people are nice enough, if they're gonna ask me, what do I do? Right? And I'm gonna tell them, this is my 30-second elevator speech, I help people avoid drugs and surgeries with natural remedies. If you want more information, here's my card. Here's my number.
What did you say?
I help people avoid drugs and surgeries with natural remedies.
It's beautiful.
I'm not mentioning doTERRA. I'm not mentioning essential oils. If they want to know more, I'll give them my phone number. And then I will turn around and get theirs. So my business coach was Laurel Langmuir. I don't know if you guys ever heard the movie The Secret. So I hired her as a business coach to teach me how to speak. Which she was like, you suck so bad. I don't even know if I can help you. It's actually what she said to me. She's really mean if you guys know her personally. She's a good coach, but she is mean. It's a good thing I don't take things really personal, but I was like, wow, okay then. Glad I had some tough love from my older sister. So I learned, we were at a hotel, actually in San Diego, downtown, and we were staying like the weekend at the hotel, and she said, Jeanette, I want you, because you're so horrible, I want you to go in the elevator, and I want you to come back with 100 names. And you have 3 hours. Don't go eat dinner, don't go have drinks with people, you have 3 hours, and I want 100 names in 3 hours. And I want to see you at 11 p.m. back here, and everyone else at 11 p.m. and we're going to look at your phone or your notebook, and I want 100 names and phone numbers. And I had 3 hours. She said, go. And it was a busy hotel, right? Friday night, it was a busy hotel. And I came back at 11 o'clock, and I had 125 names. Wow. In an elevator. You just looked at me and smirked. The young guy here in the front, right? Now, maybe he has an idea. You're smirking too, maybe you have an idea. So I get up there, first of all, I'm calling my sister, right? And I'm telling her, and she's like, oh my gosh, Jeanette. That's so cool. I literally cannot believe you are this stupid. That's what she said to me, my older sister, right? Well, I'm doing doTERRA work now, right? And at this point, I'm a diamond in doTERRA, right? But I still need help, because I'm a horrible closer, all sorts of stuff, but I'm still working, I'm still doing it. And my sister's like, Jeanette, read me the names. So I start reading her the names. She's like, does anything dawn on you yet, Jeanette? It's like, no, I think I'm awesome. I did freaking awesome, right? If you guys went and had 125 names tonight, wouldn't you think you were awesome? Right? Anyone would think anything otherwise? Would anyone think anything otherwise? I'm very curious.
What were the names, like Tarzan or?
No, they were real people's names. I sat in the elevator. Every single one was a man. And my sister's like, Jeanette, you got 125 names of men away from their wives in a hotel elevator. They all thought you were a prostitute. Oh, okay. Didn't even dawn on me? Never dawned on me. Did it dawn on any of you guys? No. You? I knew it because you smirked. My sister was like, how are you so smart in some areas and so stupid at the same time? Jeanette, that's literally what she said. I was like, okay. But I did it, and I got really confident. I can go out and do this. So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to go only speak to women, right? It was slower. It was slower. I did it the next night, right? I did go back in the hotel room, and my coach laughed her ass off at me, excuse me. But she was dying. She said the same thing. She's like, this is so awesome, Jeanette. She's like, she asked, and there was mostly men at the group, and she said, who wouldn't give your phone number to Jeanette? Who wouldn't? And she said, Jeanette, come on. And I was like, yeah, my sister just explained this to me. She's like, you don't have a single woman? I'm like, there was just a lot of men around. So, you know, there was a big, like, man convention or something. I don't know, it was like a tech convention. I'm not saying that tech stuff isn't for women too. I just happen to not know anything about tech. So, all of that being said, it did give me confidence. And I went out the next day and I only spoke to women. And I was able to get like a third of that in women in the same period of time. So there really wasn't that many around. But I developed that skill, right? The third way, so if you don't want to go learn elevator speech, that's fine, but you should. It's a really good skill to have in doTERRA. Yeah, go ahead.
So at the elevator speech, when you get their name, are
Yeah.
you asking them, hey, can I have your contact information? How do you phrase that?
I let them ask me.
Okay.
Yeah, if they want to know something, they'll ask me. Yeah. Now, that night, I asked them for their phone number, yeah, which is why they probably all thought I was a prostitute. So, I mean, I have no idea if that's what the men all thought, but my sister was pretty sure that that's what they were thinking, so I have no idea.
And you
Anyway,
were successful, you got the number.
I did my job that my coach told me to do, and I learned my elevator speech really well, and I was very confident after. So whether or not that's what they thought I was or not, I don't care. I learned it for me. I learned that skill, right? So now I have form down. Now I have the elevator speech. The next thing I'm gonna teach, and then I'm gonna step off because I think I'm actually over time now. I'll see if he's texting me or not. No. So the next thing, I'm drinking caffeine. My son woke me up at 2 a.m. Mom, so excited for a workout. I said, Jackson, it's 2 a.m. Go back to sleep. And then again at 4 a.m. Mom, I'm so excited for a workout. I said, Jackson, it's 4 a.m. Go back to sleep. And then at 6, Mom, so excited for a workout. I said, okay, well, let's go. Let's go work out then. So he loves to work out. So he likes routine. So if you guys have anyone that you know that has autism, they like routine. And Jackson, you know, he hasn't figured out how to tell time. We're working on it. So anyway, so I can sleep through the night eventually. So if I look tired, I am. So this is my second dose of 200 milligrams of caffeine. You can judge me all you want. So the next thing is I would call on chiropractors' offices, write this down, chiropractors' offices. My ex-husband was a drug rep. Maybe not been a drug addict too, I don't know, but he was a drug rep. So I learned from him like what that meant, right? What do you mean? You just went and like you could go into the office and leave them drug samples? You just walk in? So I learned, I was like, oh, I can do that with doTERRA. Why not? I can walk in, give them samples, and set up a time to meet with the office manager, right? Chiropractors oftentimes have a spouse running whatever. So yoga studios, just write this down because I'm out of time. Yoga studios, chiropractors' offices, dental offices, massage therapists, I already said yoga studio, whatever, whatever you want, right? I did it in a hookah bar, which I didn't even know what a hookah bar was, but I learned what it was. So I wouldn't recommend that, it didn't work out so well, but I would go in with a folder and I would say, can I speak to so-and-so in charge, right? I would ask them if I could leave a diffuser there and follow back up with whoever was in charge. I would get rejected 98 out of 100 times. I told you I don't take rejection personally. If you don't like me, I don't care. I like me. So if you don't like me, I don't care. So I know not everyone likes me. Totally fine. Don't care, right? This isn't a game of popularity. So I needed to make money for my kid to pay for medical bills. So that's all I cared about, right? And if I could make money helping other people, that was great. So I would go into the different places, right? And I would set appointments. And I would come back and I would talk to them. Most chiropractors have $5,000 in the bank at 55 years old and have no way to retire. Just because someone is a doctor doesn't mean they know anything about finances and about personal finances and anything about residual income. Most people in America right now don't have their houses paid off and have no plan of being able to pay off their houses, right? We are in a financial crisis, so if you can help lessen that, great. Most people that get divorced over finances, which is the #1 people get divorced, it's $500 a month. right? I signed up someone last week, and I helped her sign up her friend Evelyn, who just walked in the back. Say hi, Evelyn. Evelyn is brand new in doTERRA. We just had 2 classes yesterday for Evelyn. So literally brand new. But my friend, right, that I grew up kitty corner backyards from each other, Evelyn actually bought my parents' house. Her parents bought my parents' house. So that person, she made $100 when Evelyn ordered. She was brand new. I signed her up. We turned around and we enrolled Evelyn. Very, like 20 seconds later, right? So you can enroll people, you can make money, people are all around us. We just have to look for people who are wanting something better in life. Financially, physically, mentally, emotionally. But if you're stuck at the same level, at the same rank, and I de-ranked you guys, I'm not presidential diamond anymore, I'm holding blue. That's fine, it was great, I mean, great income, still helping a lot of people. So, COVID was interesting. I got divorced during that time period, so there was a lot of stuff that happened. I moved out of state, so to be, have some physical distance there. So there's a lot that happened, right? I don't care. I still think it's great. So if you have de-ranked, don't feel bad. Be proud of where you're at. I'm proud of where I'm at. So I'm like, I think it's great that I'm still at this rank that I'm at as a single mom, as his only care provider, Great, good job for me. So someone asked me, they're like, do you feel bad about that? Nope, I don't. I feel like I'm good. So, and I'm working on, just helping more people get started, because what we have is a gift, and it's our job to share it. So, yeah, go ahead, and then that's the last question. I'll be out in the hall after. Go ahead.
No, I was just
Real
gonna
quick,
ask,
could you tell us
Sorry.
when you just cold walk into
Yeah.
Pyro's office, what do you say?
Hi, I'm Jeanette, and I'm wondering if, Amber, what did we say when we went out? I'm wondering if the office manager is available? Yeah.
They're asking, their office managers,
The chiropractor, the yoga owner, the dentist, yeah.
what's
Yeah.
your last name, Jeanette?
Fila, F-I-L-A. Fila, whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah. So,
What's the author Laurel's last name?
who?
Laurel, that you mentioned, the
Laurel
coach?
Langmeyer.
Oh, Laura Langmeyer.
Langmeyer.
Uh-huh. Yeah. She has a lot of financial tips. I like her. So, if you guys have any other questions, I'll be out in the hall. This is one of my really good friends. You're up next, Kirk. So, we met, I don't even know when we met and how long ago. I think we met in Mexico. I think at like a campfire on the beach. So, and he literally just was like my friend instantly. So, his wife was, I think I met her, I don't know if I met her that night or the next day, but it was like instantly we were friends. She's like the kindest person, and so is Kirk. He just literally is one of those people that is like, oh, you're like my brother. I could literally just like hang out with you all day long like family, right? And when Steve was saying he's like family, I love his daughter. I love his wife. We literally are like family. So find those people in doTERRA. No one's on the same team. I've hardly ever had anyone speak here that's been on the same team, right? I mean, my little sister has spoken, and my older sister, because they were both diamonds, but it's like, find your friends that you can call up and say, Kirk, I want to quit. Can you help talk me off a ledge? So, because there's times where I want to quit, right? If you don't have times where you want to quit, you're either lying to yourself or someone else. So, or maybe you haven't had a bad day. So, but remember, careers switch every 3 to 4 years. So, all of that being said, Kirk is one of those people where I've called and said, I want to quit, and I cry, and he talks me off the ledge. So, thank you for being someone I can trust, that's really close to me. So, everyone, give him a warm welcome. So, thank you. Please do that. Oh, this is yours now.
Thank you.
Put this, I know, I use that right there.
I'll just put it right here.
Got it?
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Oh my goodness. So I just telling Steve back there, I just got a Facebook memory. This is how I introduce myself. My name's Kirk Hamilton. I just like to smile. Smiling's my favorite. I'm a happy guy. I got a Facebook memory the other day from that event she was talking about, and it had to have been 5 years ago, Jeanette, because my grandson, someone took a picture. I was holding him on the stage, and he's still like a little, not baby, but he was, so maybe it was even 4, anyway, it's just pre-COVID, but it was like,
He was little.
yeah, he was little, but like say, anyway, it came up in my Facebook memories, he just turned 6 in July, he's in kindergarten right now, this morning. And it's funny, he goes to a charter school, and he gets to wear, I say gets to wear, but, cause I never did this, but a school uniform. So on Mondays, they have to kind of dress up, and the first day was Monday, of course, go to school, and he goes, Mom, why do I have to wear church clothes to go to school? He was like, really, just what's going on here? But anyway, but yes, I like to smile, I like to have fun. I hope today I can share a couple things with you that'll help you out. I was going to call my presentation, How to Recruit Elise Chedevy. That's not who Elise Chedevy is. Did you know that I recruited Elise Chedevy? Kind of. Well, anyway, Elise and I were working together, and her husband Patrick, on another company, which was not network marketing. And I tried to get, or I did get my best friend, Roger Harding, if you know Teresa Harding, to come and join our company. And that's how Teresa and Elise met. I introduced them. So there's two sides to the story. One is like, idiot, like how come? Because Teresa asked me to join doTERRA about 6 months before that, and I said, oh, I'm good. I don't want to do those MLM network marketing things. I had a real mindset, a brain problem, a real one. And so anyway, she came to me, Teresa, after this meeting where we were trying to get Roger to join our company, which is a B2B business trading company, which is going on during the recession 14 years ago. And Teresa came up to me and she said, hey, thanks for helping Roger, and he's going to join. But you know what? I'm going to get Elise to join doTERRA, and it'll be the biggest thing ever. Just you wait. And you know what I did? Because when you're hugging someone, their face is this way, I went, like fear, really, you know? I went home and I said, Jen goes, I was kind of came in, how did it go? Did Roger not join? Oh, yeah, he joined our group. What's wrong? I said, I think I just sicked an MLMer on my business partner. And she goes, what? And I go, Teresa, they're our best friends. That's who we hung out with, went to dinner with. But Teresa just started doTERRA that year, and I hadn't really paid attention. And I'm thinking, wow. And sure enough, she was very consistent. So the only reason I'm really telling you this story is because I think it's funny, but also because Teresa is awesome. A lot of people like, it's Elise Chedevy, and she is awesome. Elise, this goes without saying. But Teresa Harding is the one that got Elise to join. It's because she didn't give up. Do you know how many times Elise told her no? 4, maybe 5, depending on which story you hear. Our great CEO that's gone right now, Dave Sterling, his story's the best. I heard it on the beach when we were, well, actually, that was not when we met, but it was after. But when Dave tells the story, it's hilarious. You know that Elise came in and tried to negotiate ownership with Dave? That's how she does. That's just confidence, right? I don't have that. Even though I'm confident and I can talk to people, but like there's certain things people have. So comparing yourself to someone else is not a good idea. I've learned that over 14, that'll be 14 years coming up this fall. When we joined doTERRA, we basically joined officially on October 31st. It'll be my 14-year anniversary here next month. And convention that year was technically what Emily called the second, I can't think. I got confused because when we had the 10-year anniversary and my brain just went blank. Hugh Jackman. Remember Hugh Jackman came? They called that 10th, and it's going back on my brain going, no way, this is the 11th year, but the way they counted it anyway, whatever. But we went, and it was over at the other hotel over here, and there was about probably 300 people at that convention. It was their, some people told me they'd had kind of an opening convention, and then this one was kind of as they got going. But anyway, it was like really small. So I've been doTERRA for 5 days when I came to my first convention. And I didn't really have any oil experiences at this point. I was just beginning to realize that lifelong vitality was my jam. Oils didn't make sense to me. I thought, last thing I wanted to be was a snake oil salesman, and now I'm selling oils. I mean, it just, everything was foreign to me. But I tell you that because guess what? Here I am, 14 years later, because it's awesome. Now, I can't remember, do I have a clicker or?
There's a wireless one up there.
Right, okay. I'm gonna have to go back and forth because we'll see what happens here. Yeah. So this is kind of what I steal this quote from Seth Risenmade. When did it stop being a miracle? I think that's the biggest problem we're seeing right now. And I applaud you guys for being here. And there's a lot more people coming that are registered. I live in Pleasant Grove, so when I got on the road this morning, I drove by campus, Pleasant Grove, doTERRA campus, and it was so exciting because they had all the, if you any of you guys are going campus tours, I mean, all that was starting to get rolled out. People hadn't arrived yet, but they had all the people in their little yellow vests and with their sticks to guide people and all that. I'm like, it's convention day. I mean, it was just like, it was really cool. And I get excited when I come back to convention, but when I look at this room and I compare it to when I was holding Sione about five years ago, I'm like, well, when did it stop being a miracle? And then I think most of you would answer, well, never. It's still awesome, I love it. But somehow that doesn't translate into what we're doing on a daily basis. Because the biggest things I hear from people is, that doesn't work anymore, or nobody wants to do this, or I can't do that. I mean, it's a lot of negativity. There's a mindset that I do blame on COVID. I'm going to be just frank. I think that being isolated and doing the things we did and getting out of habits changed our mind. And then when we came out and it wasn't instantly successful again, we just cowered back in and went, well, I'll just do another Zoom or another phone call. And those things work. I'm not saying they don't, but it's just crazy. So I'm going to show you this video here really quick and see if you can relate here to your doTERRA journey. Did I push it again for play?
No!
That's literally, what a 1 minute video. That's exactly my doTERRA journey. It's like, I'm not gonna do MLM. Oh wait, this isn't so bad. Like it can change on a daily basis, right? It's crazy. But I just want you to, if anything helps you remember today, just remember the miracle that happened for you, why you're doing this, why you started doing doTERRA, even as a customer, just using the oils. What's your story? I mean, I'll just tell you two really quick for me. The first was I was on acid reflux, high blood pressure, cholesterol medication, and their maintenance drugs. I was going to be on them for life, and I didn't care. Because I never thought about it. It's just like, doctor goes, take this, okay, you know. And I actually had to do 3 different, I can't remember which one it was, but I had to go 3 because of side effects that weren't life. At the time, they weren't going to kill me, I thought, who knows. But one was just coughing. He goes, oh, okay, we'll just put you in a different one. Okay. It's like an ATM, a pharmaceutical company, right? I hate that now. I look back and I go, evil, you know, like, because no one was trying to cure me, even the doctor. And my doctor's good. I'm not even criticizing him. He was awesome. But they never said, hey, maybe that Costco hot dog not good for you anymore. You know, they're just like, they're this, you know, and that's how it was. So as I tried to disprove doTERRA in the first week because I was going, you know, like it was like, let me try this. If it doesn't work, then I'm out, because I can't sell something I don't believe in. And I'm a guy, I'm thinking I am going to sell something, you know, versus like really how doTERRA works, which is loving and helping and sampling and having people also have an experience, which I learned quickly. But I'll tell you what, I don't do this. I don't tell people to do this. Hopefully you're not on maintenance drugs, but I just cold turkey quit the prescription acid reflux drug I was on because I thought, well, it'll kill me, but if this works, it'll work. And it did. I was lucky, because you're not supposed to really do that with prescription drugs, but I found out later. Anyway, but ta-da! So I had something I could lean on, and it kept building from there. I remember when my friend that I signed up, again, it was more from a business, as a guy I worked with, but his wife, who was now his ex-wife, they divorced over her health because she asked for that. She was so mentally ill from the drugs, 11 different drugs she was on. She was misdiagnosed so many times. She just had Lyme, I say just, but she had Lyme disease, but they couldn't figure that out for years. And she was now addicted to pain pills and sleeping pills. She tried to kill herself twice. I remember sitting in the emergency room pre-doTERRA, just barely pre-doTERRA, and going to visit him, just giving him a hug. I mean, what do you say, right? And I have permission to tell the story, by the way, too, because he comes to me and he's like, do you think this would help Laurel? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I go to these crazy meetings the last few weeks and people are going, hallelujah, you know, like, I mean, I'm kidding, but you know what I mean, like, just the testimonials are like, I'm cured, which is not compliant to say, right? But none of us understood what was happening, so that's the words we've grown up with and use, and that's why compliance is so hard. So basically, we introduced her to some products, and he was a great ex-husband. He'd go over every night, put lavender on her feet, and help her sleep, and it was amazing. She got off everything except one. There was one antibiotic the doctor wanted to keep her on, which we of course now go, well, whatever. But anyway, now she's not on any drugs. It's 14 years later. She's completely healthy. And I remember when he called me, this was December, and he called me in April. And we've been doing a lot of events and a lot of teaching classes, and he said, hey Kirk, you know, I just always forget to tell you this, and definitely today I need to tell you, but thank you. Thank you for introducing me to doTERRA. Laura and I are getting remarried next week. And I was like, there's an emotion that happens in that we've all felt somewhere, right? And I felt it over and over again over the years of helping people, and that's the miracle. And we can't forget that this is a miracle. We have to keep motivating ourselves to figure it out. So let's look at our mindset just for a second. Sometimes we have to look at old school things work. Now this is a campaign poster that I just took literally a few months ago before my oldest son graduated this year. My youngest kid out of 6 just graduated. So I'm semi-retired now, at least from coaching sports. But this girl, I don't even know her, but this was up and this made me laugh so hard because this is a song from the 80s. And it's, I think it's Rick Astley. It's got never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around or desert you. So she took this. Now she's a kid. Like she's probably, because she's junior class officer, she's probably 16, 17. She doesn't know that. But her mom or whoever, her dad helped her with this. And what a cute poster. Vote for her because she's never gonna give you up, let you down, run around, desert you, make you cry, say goodbye, tell I hurt you. That's just the lyrics from a dumb song from the 80s. But it kind of proves, though, at least to me, it made me think the old school does work. We have to change our mindset. We have to be able to say that again, this is a different quote. I usually always quote Ford where he says, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. But I saw this one the other day when I was going into an office building. That's why it's a crappy picture. I actually took it on my phone. I thought, I want to show this to people. There's no man living who isn't capable of doing more than he thinks he can do. Again, Ford was successful, and a lot of these great leaders in our world that we live in, because of their mindset of what they believe and what they're going to do. So that's kind of where it starts. We have to have the mindset of saying, hey, this is the miracle I believe in, and this is the thing I need to do. Now, a few weeks ago, about a month, I guess, ago, we were up in Logan. If you guys know Utah here, Logan's Cache Valley, another town where we're from, my wife and I. Technically I'm from Canada, but all my family's from Logan. And we went to our high school reunion. And it was in the Huntsman Business Center, just happened to be, and I was, she was talking to all her friends, so I only know about 2 of them. So I was like out in the hall, and I was looking at all these crazy, awesome Huntsman things of all the people he's met. Huntsman's a big business guy. And this was one that was listed, it said, let no person but you be the captain of your own destiny. And that's a bad picture too. I gotta figure out how to take it. This was through glass, right? Take the picture of this, but I really like that. That was his quote that was on his desk in his office. Let no person but you be the captain of your own destiny. So you have to be able to pull away from negative. You have to be able to pull away from, oh, you can't. That doesn't work. This is different. People don't. How is that possible? Think about that logically. It makes no sense. Why in the world would you still be putting an oil on you physically or taking it, internally, any of these things, still having a diffuser running. If it didn't work, why would you keep doing it? So if it works, why wouldn't someone who's still sitting there that you need to talk to, why wouldn't they need that? Now, maybe you're not thinking that, I hope you're not, but if you've had those thoughts or any of those mindsets come through your mind, then you have to erase them. One of the other things I always talk about in all my presentations I've given in the past, is I didn't do it today, but I'll still just mention it to you, is I love Star Wars, right? To me, it's like everything I ever needed to learn, I learned in kindergarten. I changed the word to know. Star Wars, I mean everything, because Yoda is like the master. Remember, Yoda said you have to unlearn what you learned. And the reason Luke couldn't get the X-Wing out of the swamp is because he didn't believe. And Yoda, this tiny little guy, just goes, brings it out, right? And it was totally a testament and a teaching Luke to believe. He goes, that's why you fail, because you don't think you can do it. So we have to have that right mindset, and we have to basically be the captain of our own destiny. So this is a quote. Oh, that didn't even come out good either. I'm a horrible slide thinker here, but anyway. I don't know that Justin made up this quote, but I'm going to attribute to him because that's where I heard it. And Justin Harrison's master distributor, you know him with doTERRA, and he said he always used to say it's easier to give birth than resurrect the dead. And I'm gonna debate that today. I don't agree with that. So Justin didn't call me back for us to argue or debate it. Because I was going to say, you okay if I just totally throw you under the bus? And then, now it is easier to give birth than resurrect the dead, obviously, in true form. But think about this. This is a statistic I will share with you that usually you will not be able to see in your back office until you have a big enough organization, which is usually diamond, to be honest with you, but somewhere in there, maybe gold, silver, platinum. But you can do it if you want. There's ways you can go back in your back office and you can look at total people in your organization, right? And then you can look at how many people are premier and above. Those are statistics that are in your back office. Did you know that mine is less than 1%? It's 0.0987 that are premier and above. And I'm very blessed. We have almost 500,000 people in our organization. Now, that's not me. That's just what I get to look at, which is kind of impressive, I suppose. But that's just because there's people on my team because I did something, and then they did something, and they did something. Haley Hobson, who you'll hear from later today, is on my team. She's on my 12th level. So she always says, Kirk, thanks for all your help, even though you didn't get paid on me. That's our joke, right? And I said, no, we're growing this together, right? And that's why we all work for bonuses too. It's like those bonuses are profit sharing of what we all do as a group. But anyway, the point is that she's grown a huge thing, and there's other people on my team that are lower. Callie Wilson's presidential diamond on my team. She's on my 8th level. So those things don't have much to do. I know a lot of people say, "Well, I'll still trade you," and I'm very, very blessed. But what I'm saying is that it's how we change the world, right? We do what we do. And my organization, and actually in my 7 levels, like where the MLM nickname comes from, is actually really good and it's strong. But it's been consistent. As I've watched over the years how people tell me, "Oh, my check's down," or "My check's up," or whatever. It's usually not up, it's down. Mine just stayed kind of the same. And the reason it stayed the same is because we focused on this statistic, is that less than 1% of what we do as a business is a business. So out of 500,000 people who are on my team, less than 1% are even pretending to do the business. Does that make sense? And I don't mean that, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I love my customers because that's honestly how I get paid. And it's how the world's changing and how they're helped. Now, do I wish they'd get on board? Do I wish they'd share it with somebody? Of course I do. I mean, I really think everyone's missing out when they don't. Even just casually. And maybe you're not doing it for money. People say, "Oh, I'm not doing it for the money," and that's fine. Don't. But that's just how the world is. I mean, you get paid. Fast starts. I mean, every time you introduce someone, doTERRA goes, "Oh, thank you," gives you a little check. And those things can add up, and then other things can happen, right? So basically, I don't think necessarily it's easier to give birth, because a lot of people do. They go, "Oh, it's so hard, and the class doesn't work, or this doesn't work." But guess what? Why in the world would you ignore the 99% you already worked so hard for, which we've done? Me, I have. I look sometimes and I go, "Oh my goodness," And so what I'm working on, and what I just want to share with you really quickly as I close today, is that kind of how we get there, right? So I went back and I thought 14 years ago, okay? Well, getting close on 14 years. We'll call it 14 years. This book, okay, built my business. It's Modern Essentials and it's from Aroma Tools. Now, I'm not endorsing this today, and I'm not just being a buddy because he wants to use my buddy. but I gotta be honest and tell you the story. So, like I told you, right, I started out with Lifelong Vitality because it said it had tummy tamer. That's corny, but okay, well, try that, and I'll try to digest then, and it worked. And so and that's what I ordered to start with. We got 2 boxes of Lifelong Vitality, one for Jen, one for me. And they gave us like the 3 basic oils, peppermint and lavender and lemon, and then I bought a digestant. So, but we bought this book because they told us this was important. Did I read this book? Not really, I referenced it a little bit. But Jennifer, my wife, loved this book. She starts reading it. So the next auto ship, is what we used to call it, came along, like Loads of Rewards, and she had this whole list of things that we had to have. We were broke. In fact, we were losing our house at the time, and then things were like just in the cracker, like in the recession. And I said, okay, well, we'll just get 1 box of Lifelong Vitality, and then we'll get, probably can afford half the things that you really want. And she goes, well, are you not going to take Lifelong Vitality next month? And I go, no, I'll take the Lifelong Vitality, and you take, well, no, I'm not taking Lifelong Vitality. So we got 2 boxes of Lifelong Vitality, and then a few of the more things, as much as we could possibly afford, which was not a lot. But we got most of it. Why? It's this darn book. But yes, it was awesome, right? And so I tell you, honestly, I used to buy these in bulk because I lived here, right? Obviously, and the company was here. And so I would get them, and then I could ship them postal rate from the post office, repackage them, and all my team would buy these books because when they signed someone up, the first thing they would do is give them a book. And I look back on that, it's probably the best thing I can tell you today is to nurture your customers, okay? Go back and revisit and remind them what the miracle is, remind them why they joined, help them, you don't tell them, but get them to tell you a story. Tell me that story again, Jeanette.
What is the value of a customer? Do you know the dollar value of a customer?
Yeah, Corey said that, I don't remember.
$2,400.
Yeah.
Maybe it was $2,500, remember I'm dyslexic, but it's like $2,500.
Yeah.
So that, nourish your customers.
So, that's perfect segue. Anyone want to guess what this book costs that Steve sells? No one knows? $5. $5. Is it worth to invest $5? Now, again, sometimes we don't have the money. I get that. Am I saying it right, Steve? $5? $5, okay. This is the best investment you can do to build your business right now. I've got so many people that used to order and now they order. Now there's other issues that happen with doTERRA, I get it. I don't blame them, but you know, BOGOs and all sorts of things that happen, 200 PV promos have changed customers' perception of what they want to do, and I get that maybe they'll only order 3 times a year instead of every month, or maybe they'll order, you know, who knows. But the bottom line is, if I can get them to think the way I do you know how many products I use every day? Like today I've already used shampoo. I'm a guy, so I don't use the conditioner very much, but anyway, it takes too long, right? But anyway, shampoo, toothpaste, deodorant. I've got my collagen back there that I haven't taken yet, my Lifelong Vitality, and a ton of other supplements. I've kind of gotten lazy, and I've taken a lot of my oils instead of putting them on me or diffusing them. I just, you know, so like I take, and you name it, every supplement we have that's an oil in a capsule because it's more convenient. That's me. So I'll show you if you want to look. Pardon me?
Does that book have supplements?
I don't know, Steve. Is this?
Does the book have supplements?
Yeah, it does have supplements.
What's the published name?
It's called Everyday Essentials Guidebook.
The date.
Published date? What's the published date of this one, Steve? Okay, but it's updated though, right? Yeah, so we won't have tomorrow's products in it, but the bottom line is, and I get that for us, but for person A that's just sitting there going on, Brenda, I mean, it's overwhelming. There's a new book coming out too that I'll let Steve talk about later. But and again, I don't wanna sound like I'm just here to advertise Steve, but this is just the God honest truth. I called Steve and I said, Steve, I usually am talking about mindset and business and stuff, and I don't wanna just be some commercial for you. But here's just my 14-year experience of what I'm gonna tell you, is there's really only about 3 companies after all these years that have survived, right, of things, and one of them I'm not connected to, but it was Elise and Patrick's company, and I love the guy that runs it. So this isn't personal, like I've got relationships with Aroma Tools, obviously with Steve and with, what's it called, my old business? Oil Life, thanks, yeah. Don't tell Lisa, I couldn't even remember the name of her company, but it's not her company anymore, by the way. But anyway, Steve is the only one, guys, that does this, that invests in you and me. The only one that listens and goes, what do we need next? What's changing? How do we help you? What's our next thing we can do? Because the biggest thing that he's working on that I'm just like light bulb, and why I wanted to tell you this is because I'm going to be spending my money and time, as well as always finding new people, just like Jeanette said. It's always going to be, how do I get my existing people going again? Because the reality is, we're insane at our house. If everyone did what we did, I'd be a multi-millionaire because they'd be using, I don't even gotta tell you, but it's hundreds. 125, that doesn't even make sense to us in our family, because we've replaced everything. Every cleaning product, toothpaste, you name it. We use it all. Can't even think of a product we don't use. Maybe individual oils for sure, but as far as all the products go. So this is a huge investment right now. If you can put some budget there, and even just, I don't know, talk to Steve about, I don't even know how it works with cases or like that. But to me, $5 for a $2,400 customer is what Jeanette was saying, $2,400?
I'm dyslexic with numbers.
Yeah, I thought it was higher than that, what Corey was saying, but I don't know. I think over more time it's worth more, but even if it was 24, 5 to make 24 type of thing, and I know it's not like an investment where I just go buy the book, I get $2,400. There's work that has to be done, but it starts with education. At the end of the day, when I'm looking at where my check comes from is 99% customers, where should I be focusing, right? Now, some will disagree with me, so I don't know. Like, listen to your leaders, talk with them, but think about that logically, statistically, mathematically. If 99%, at least for me, and I guarantee it's pretty close, if not more, for other people, because if you have a small organization, that means less people are doing the business typically, and it might even be close to 0.01% of people that are actually doing the business. Maybe you count on your hand if you know that anyone that's trying to do the business, right? So that means that where your check's coming from, no matter small or how big it is, it's from customers. So what is your goal this year to educate them? And coming out of convention is awesome because we have new products, and it's always an excuse. Every month, every week when I do my Facebook Live for our team, that's what I'm always talking about. They probably get sick of it because I'm saying, okay, we got another reason to, because then it's an excuse to call someone. Hey, I know I just talked to you a couple weeks ago, but guess what? And you know what? I hope I'm not bugging you, but I promised you I would do this. And I'm just going to keep doing it. Not to bug you because I love you and I really want to help you. And here's the next or the latest or the greatest or whatever it might be. Jeanette?
Can I just say, this is literally how I built my business solid. I gave a book every single customer. And Evelyn, yesterday I went over to her house and taught 2 classes, brand new. We unwrapped her box from doTERRA, and the first thing I did is I gave her a book. And then I gave her a case of books to give out to people.
Yeah.
And I said, this is the #1 thing you have to do. You have to give them a book. Because you're gonna make $1,000 an hour. $1,000 an hour to follow up with your customers and make sure they know how to use their products and help them learn how to reorder and switch their lifestyle over to natural products rather than chemicals. So I'm just wanting to reiterate that. You and I, we make $1,000 an hour. Realistically, going back, I did the math.
Yeah.
And I had other people doing the math too, because I'm dyslexic with numbers. So, I don't know if that's what it's called actually, but it's the same.
Some.
But that's
I'm the
basically
same
what
way.
we make over the lifetime if you're working on it. I think, what's his name? Kyle.
Kyle Kirschbaum? Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
I think it's him.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like something you would do.
Yeah. I think that I heard it from him, but
Yeah.
that's basically it.
No, that's
Even
totally
this blue
right.
diamond,
Yeah.
huge majority of my check, even with that big blue diamond bonus, it comes from customers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like unilevel, it's coming from.
No, it totally does. And I just, honestly, I just looked at my check this morning because I forgot that it came out yesterday. And I actually, here's a confession. Is this recording? Turn off recording on this part. Just kidding. I mean, I know people go, oh, yeah, well, I wish I was you, but I actually had platinum last month. And I've been blue diamond for a long time. It was just a rough month. August is a tough month. And we worked at it, and because guys, it's hard. I mean, I'm not here to tell you it's easy. I'm just saying that there's tools and things that we need to do. So I know a lot of people go, oh, well, I'll be platinum, right? But the bottom line is that when I looked at the check though, the check was almost identical to last month when I was diamond, except for a little bit of that bonus difference between platinum and diamond, and it wasn't a lot. And then I was just shocked. I was just like, wow. And so it really motivated even more. Like I got to tell these guys, like, this is what the secret is. Now again, 14 years doing this full time. I did this full time almost from day one. I mean, and that's not something everyone can do. But the reality is that it's doable. So, yes.
Can I ask you how you would actually use that book to rejuvenate your team?
Well, so yeah, that's a good question. I'm out of time, right?
Yeah, I could jump in there.
Yeah, please do.
I can answer that really well because we've been beta testing it for the last year. So I'll give you 3 ways you can do it quickly, and you can come talk to me. The first one is a targeted giveaway. You need to give them a reason to purchase oils. So make that targeted giveaway for something that doTERRA is doing. So if doTERRA is doing a 125 PV, 200 PV promotion, I'm going to give you a free book if you purchase now. And those are people that are already on your team that are enrolled. If you do that, we had 3 leaders that we were working with. 2 of them saw a 100% increase in their LRPs, and then also in their revenues from month to month. And that was actually a test that we did in February from their January numbers. We were comparing them to December. 2 of the leaders had better numbers in February than they did December because of targeted giving. So that's the first. Second one is to give it out to them in a way that they can communicate with you. I wouldn't put post the book on social media. You might get in trouble for that, or any book. But what I would say is, tell me what you need to know, or what you like. Starting a conversation on social media, but give them a book for commenting. That's a great way. And this is all geared around the people that are already on your team. This is not new people. So targeting based on comments and communicating with them directly, giving it to them, but then as soon as they get that book, tell them to say what they liked about it so that you can create more social media content so that they can keep delivering that conversation either on that thread or a new post. So basically you're using them as your influencer to basically tell people. That's going to get more people talking about it. That's how you're going to get more leads or get those people re-engaged in our team. And the third one is my favorite. Give them to everybody, because regardless of what it is that you feel comfortable with, you need to make sure that whatever you're giving it to them for, it has value. So like they have to be able to come and say, I got this book for a reason from this person for what it is. So like let's say one of the ladies that she does a weekly meetup where she does oil classes, and all it is a play date. And she's got her kids come and she does an oil class every week, and she gives it out to anybody that comes to the play date. And she doesn't have any other like plan for social media, like I said, or to raise volume. It's just to get them engaged, because all 3 of those options are going to connect them to you even more. But like everybody said about the number, I don't know, 7,500 if that's lifetime value. It's a very low cost, and that's why Kirk can say it. But we've got 3 different small booklets that you can look at on the table over there, and we're selling them at 50 cents a piece. Because if you don't have a budget of even $5, we've given you another option, which is a small booklet. The book is better because it's going to give you a ton of stuff. But if you can't afford it, we've got a whole option for smaller booklets to do the same kind of idea.
So one thing I'll just add to that, because it gives you time to think about your question too, and I did forget to tell you the 50-cent one. The bottom line is it's education, right? These are just tools to help you get this conversation going. So when we sign someone up, right, we're really good. Okay, we sign someone up, the first thing we do, product consultation, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Is what we've been trained. So we sit down, because that's the only way we can get them to understand what LRP is and then what else they need. Because when we give a class, it's not always very tied into just exactly what that person needs. But then when we go one-on-one and we talk to you and see it, and then as I give you a book and say, you read about this, because if they read it and look at it, you commit them to do that, then you're gonna have all these things. But there's a ton of, I mean, stay close to your oil tools, guys, because in my opinion, this is my whole strategy moving forward post-convention this year, is to be using all the things they're working on, because that's how I'm gonna rebuild, like, cause like I said, like when you go down and it's really just one leg for me. Like I've got, like I said, this one leg is Haley Hobson, Callie Wilson, they're all the same leg. It's like, how did that happen? But anyway, and I got two other really great legs, but that fourth leg is just always struggling, and so I have to rebuild, and then it goes, and it's crazy. So this stuff is huge, and so I just would tell you, as I say, if not us, who, and if not now, when? We've got to commit. It's a mindset thing. We've got to commit. So guys, thank you very much, and we're going to have a break right now, right?
Okay, you guys, we're gonna get started here, so take your seats. I'm gonna introduce our next speaker.
But that is the right one?
Yes. So Kathy and I met, I think 10 years ago? 11 years ago? 11 years ago.
Yeah.
Kathy was one of the first people I signed up 11 years ago.
Wow.
And she came to a class. I had no idea if she was enrolled or not. I assumed that she was enrolled. I was teaching at a dental office at a bioidentical dentist, and she walked in and she was chiming into the class, which I love, because it's not just me saying that these oils work, right? So I have this woman who's saying, yeah, I love On Guard, this and that, right? And I'm just assuming that she's enrolled. And at the end of the class, so at the end of the class, she's like, oh, I want to enroll and I want the natural, I think you bought the natural solution kit. I had no idea that she wasn't enrolled. Somebody had shared an oil with her and then never followed up with her. So I enrolled her. And she enrolled a Blue Diamond on my team. The amount of money I make that day because I showed up and taught a class.
And gave you a book?
And gave you a book. I gave you a book.
Which
and
I
then
read.
And then I said, here's my sister Brittany. You're going to be working directly with her. And I connected them. And Brittany took really great care of her, and it continued, right?
Yep.
So I had no idea that day that I was going to sign up somebody that would continually pay me tens of thousands of dollars every year, right? Now, even if I didn't make that much money off of Kathy, she's an amazing person. She's a nurse practitioner.
Yes.
I got it right this time. I'm like, are you a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner? So,
No offense to doctors, but no.
But I didn't even know it at the time, right? She, if you guys have ever heard of the Nurses Event Before convention, she's the one that does that and does the continuing ed credits. So Dr. Hill was the one that she contacted her. So don't ask her medical questions that she can't answer on here though, okay? Save those for the break. And then ask her whatever you want, so.
We all have the book, so.
And I want to say something else. Kathy was already very successful. And this is something I hear a lot. Well, this person's already making a lot of money. Kathy was already making a lot of money. But I still said at the end of the class, I'm going to help a lot of people and make a lot of money. And if you want to do that with me, come and talk to me. It was that simple. She was already really successful, but she likes to help people. There are people that are successful that want to be more successful and that want to help more people. And Kathy is one of those people who likes to help people. I know for a fact she's gone to many third world countries and helped educate many villagers on how to help babies so they don't just set them down. She teaches them how to actually get the fluid out of their lungs, and she does it for free. She pays for it herself because that's who Kathy is. So please help me welcome Kathy. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Well, thank you to Jeanette for doing what she does, and for all of you for taking this extra time and, out of your schedules, out of whatever it is that you have to do or what you would typically be doing to be here. And it really is always an honor to be able to present. It's one of my favorite things to do, is to teach and to speak and all of that. So today my topic is the 5 pillars of influence. I run a consulting business for nurse entrepreneurs, and so in addition to some of the other things that Jeanette mentioned. And so recently for nurses, I wanted to help them be able, you can get the slides. Actually, why don't you just do this real quick while I'm kind of doing a quick intro. So I was in this room yesterday, so I knew how it might be difficult to see, so I wanted you guys to have those right away. So just put in your name and your email. You can unsubscribe as soon as you get my email, but you'll get the slides right away on your phones. Just giving you a second for that. So anyway, so I try to help nurses, especially, try to find ways, you know how stressed out nurses are these days, to find ways that they can use their knowledge, use their influence to help others, and to maybe make some extra money and to get away from the bedside if that's what they desire to do. But if some of you here yesterday? I feel like I see a few familiar faces. Okay, oh, good. So yesterday we talked about nurse burnout in the conference we did yesterday. Everybody good? Yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, so if we haven't met before, I'm Kathy. Jeanette kind of introduced me. I have been a nurse almost 30 years. My specialty is neonatal intensive care, so small babies, sick babies. And my kind of subspecialty in that, what I travel and teach a lot on, is newborn neurology. So when I came to oils, I was very science-minded. I was like, is there evidence for this? What's the articles for that? And so Jeanette shared that book, the Modern Essentials book, and I opened it up, and the first thing I saw were all these little footnotes of all these articles, and I was immediately sold. And not that for oils we need to be so reductionist and need to have all of that evidence, because certainly our personal experience with oils can sometimes be more profound than the evidence can prove. But at the same time, for me, it was helpful to get me over that barrier. That I knew that it wasn't just all fluff, or as I like to say, all stories. There was some science to it. And so since then, so I was, like I said, I'm a NICU nurse practitioner. I have more than 25 years, almost 30 years now. I've hosted hundreds and hundreds of CEU courses. I'm an international speaker. I do love to do volunteer work. I've made more than $5 million consulting and doing online courses, which is my favorite thing to teach. This is not an income claim. I have lots of entrepreneurial experience. I'm an inventor. I make medical products and I license them to hospitals. And I like to mentor nurses who want to do what I do, and others who want to do what I do as well. So for me today, what I want to talk about is what is an influencer. We hear influencer a lot on social media, right? So what does it mean to be an influencer? Speak up. Participate.
Catch people's attention.
Catch people's attention, yeah, I love that. Which is why the dances work really well on TikTok, right? Yeah, so it can be a way to get attention. It can be a way to, I mean, to be an influencer means to influence, right? That I can then take what I know and influence, whether that's someone's mood or someone's behavior or someone's purchasing decisions, I can influence that. And so one of my favorite quotes by the Buddha is, why me, why this, why now? And when you think about whatever it is that you do, whether that's creating a doTERRA business or creating online courses or consulting or advocating, all the different things we're going to talk about, you know, why me? And I would say, why not you? And then why this thing, why this cause, why does it matter to you, right? We talk a lot in doTERRA about our why. And then why now? Well, and hopefully I'll share with you a few of my reasons why I think. Why now? People are hurting, people are hungry, people are unhealthy, people are unhappy, people are unsupported, and people are searching for answers. People are looking around for answers. So you can be, as many times people say, an answer to someone's prayers. That they're looking for an answer, and you could be that answer. So why you? Number one, you can expand your reach. What you said, you know, get attention, bring attention to a cause, to a problem, to make more money, sure. That may or may not be your motivation, and to impact the world, even change the world with your ability to influence your immediate network, and with social media, even a larger platform. So I love that Kurt already talked about mindset, and probably some of you have seen similar things like this before. Think when you're starting out to be an influencer, starting a business, or starting to expand, maybe you've made a decision that you're gonna rank up this year. These are the things you need. Mindset, which Kurt talked about, tool sets, and skill sets, right? So Steve has a whole table full of tools. You're here, you're learning some new skills today, but then of course a lot of the work has to happen with your mindset. And to become an influencer, to use your voice in your way, is going to require that you find, that you up level your skills in all three of these areas. So mindset, a lot of people will say, I don't know enough, I don't have an advanced degree, oh, I'm not like Kathy, she's a nurse, that was easy for her. What if they laugh at me? How many of your friends are like, oh, snake oil? I mean, my family's still like, oh, snake oils, but when they're sick, what do? They come looking for my snake oils, right? So, oh well, what if they laugh at me? I don't have time, we say this a lot, right? I don't have time to do that. And some of you are really busy, and so it's a matter of choosing, right? Every yes is a no. So if you say yes to going to dinner, you say no to staying home. If you go yes to that committee, you say no to something else, right? Every yes is a no. So sometimes we have to just evaluate what have we said yes to. I don't know where to start. Well, that's why you're here, right? You're gonna get some inspiration, you're gonna get some skills, you're gonna get some tools. That's why maybe some of you are attending the rest of the week and gonna learn some more things. And no one will listen to me. No one will listen to me. I'm just a mom. No one will listen to me. I'm just a nurse, right? No one will listen to me. I'm just old. I'm just young. I don't have, like all these things. These are mindset problems. These are all things we say. And just so that you know, they're lies. They're lies we tell ourselves. They're lies we say to stay safe, to stay small, to stay secure. Because doing something new is sometimes scary. And our little ego brain, is like, no, don't fail. That would be scary. And so these are things that we tell ourselves. The number one is I don't know enough. How many people have you thought this? Like, oh, I can't share yet, right? I don't know enough. So Tiffany Peterson used to do these podcasts. She's a coach that kind of hangs around this community. And I remember on a call one time, and I give her credit. I don't know if this is her real saying or she stole it from someone else too, but I'll give her credit. Somebody said, well, I don't know enough yet. And of course, this person had been coming to classes for 2 years, right? And I loved what she said that day, which was, about what and compared to who? Right, how simple is that to just break that mindset of I don't know enough? About what and compared to who? And so if you remember that, you can say, oh, well, I might not know more than Dr. Hill, but I bet I know more than my neighbor who knows nothing, right? Or I may not know more than that physician about X, Y, or Z, but I know more about oils and I know more about myself, right? So just remember that. I love that as a way to break the mindset of I don't know enough. So anyways, all right, so mindset, that was all I was going to say about that. All right, so when you're thinking about how are you going to become an influencer, this is where you begin. Pick your people, pick your passion, pick your problem, and pick your platform. So you want to make sure that you're kind of having this idea of who do you want to talk to, right? They always say like the riches are in the niches, right? Like you kind of got to pick your people. I'm a nurse. I like to talk to other nurses. I don't mind talking to doctors too, or other therapists, or like other people that I work with, but I love talking to nurses. Maybe you're a yoga instructor. Maybe you're a Pilates instructor. Maybe you're a healing touch person. Maybe you're a mom. Maybe you're a soccer mom. Maybe you're a softball mom. Like whatever your thing is, those are your people probably. If you just think of like, who am I? And if I could help someone just like me, that's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that have similar interests to you, who have similar experiences to you. So pick your people, pick your passion. So for a lot of us in this room, oils might be your passion, or just natural wellness, or just I was really interested in teaching people about not using toxic products. Like that was really important to me. It was a huge passion because I thought that was a problem. We were using toxins in hospitals. And then pick your platform, which are going to be the things I'm going to share with you. Have you seen this before? This Ikigai? Anybody seen this? So if you haven't seen the Ikigai, I would recommend going on YouTube and YouTubing some really great videos about it. But basically, Ikigai is a Japanese word that means your reason for being. And it's a place where these things that you love, the things that you're good at, the things you can be paid for, and the things that the world needs intersect. They say it's mission, passion, profession, and vocation. It's where it intersects together where you get to do a little bit of all of it. Like if you love gardening, and you love oils, and you love hiking, like how do you intersect all those things together? And maybe you are a nurse, right? And so how do you bring all those things together to be your unique Ikigai that brings meaning to you? So it's a really great model. If you kind of aren't sure what you want to do, there's some great exercises and things that you can do to help you find and hone that in. So if not me, who? If not now, when? And hopefully this week you're going to just get really fired up about like what your next steps are. So here are the 5 ways that I believe people can begin to show influence. And not everything is for everyone, which is why I like to have variety, so that you can in fact pick one that works for you. They all happen to start with P's. Been on a P kick. All my presentations are P's lately. I don't know what's happening with my brain, but anyways, 5 pillars of influence. All right, so number 1 is presenting. Then we're going to talk about publishing, podcasting, helping people, and policy and new products. So number 1 is to present. So this is like what I'm doing now. I'm passionate about this topic, I have a little bit of knowledge, and I just want to share it with other people because maybe I can inspire them to, do things. So speaking at conferences, workshops, retreats, maybe, just small groups, maybe standing up in front of a big room is not your thing, or going and speaking at conventions, like not on your vision board. Like, it's okay, but if you want to help 3 people or 5 people, speaking at in-person events, right? Thank God COVID's over that we can do that now. Teaching courses. People love courses. They absolutely love courses. They can be small mini courses. They can be big courses where you give people certifications and things like that. So I do a lot of CE courses, and nurses love teaching courses like that. There are places where you can post your courses, things like Skillshare, SlideShare, Udemy, Teachable, Thinkific. There's lots of platforms where if you create a course, you can post it, and then people can enroll and you can follow up with them. And then, of course, social media, whether that's a YouTube channel or an Instagram channel or a LinkedIn page or whatever it is, you can share knowledge through those kinds of platforms as well. I mean, probably all of you subscribe to someone's YouTube channel where you're like, oh, I can't wait till they put that next recipe out, or can't wait till they show me that next DIY. Whatever it is, you can use social media to present as well. So when you're presenting, you need to think about these 3 A's of authority. Like, is it something you actually know something about, right? There's nothing worse than faking it, because that's not really any fun, because you're like, oh, then I might really get found out, right? But what are you known for? Like, are you the best apple pie baker on your block? Like, maybe you are, right? Maybe you're the best gardener, or, whatever. Like, what are you known for? And a good way to get at this is, what do people always ask you? Like, when people are, like, texting you or, messaging you or calling you, like, what are they always asking you? Like, especially when it comes to oils, right? Your phone really blows up after you start sharing oils a lot. Audience, who is it that wants your info? So again, going back to kind of knowing who are your people, who do you want to serve? And then action, once someone learns from you, what's that action? And never forget to make that call to action, to remind people. Invite them. Would you like to buy oils? Would you like to have a class? Would you like me to share more about how you could make money? Like, always giving a call to action. Otherwise, people are lost. And I just saw Tasha in the back of the room, and she's so great at teaching that from Emerge, right? It's just like, if you forget to ask, no one will not know, they won't know what to do. They won't know what to buy. All right, so how do you book gigs? There's lots of different ways you can do that. So I'm gonna just skip that for today. All right, benefits, presenting. So there are a lot of speakers bureaus, so if you're into talking, you can actually go and get involved in speakers bureaus. What's great is it gives you credibility. They find the gigs for you. So like when I was first giving presentations about toxins, I partnered up with an organization in California called the Breast Cancer Prevention Partners. They were all about finding toxins in the environment that were causing breast cancer. I was super passionate about that topic. They trained me what to say. They gave me the slides. I could tweak them a little, and then they would like send me out around the country to do talks, and it was fun, and I was like, felt really great about the work I was doing with them. They gave me training, they gave me topics, they gave me, feedback, all of that, and so you can become part of a speakers bureau, and then from that, you can build some credibility. I love courses. I talked about that. Why do I love courses? Freedom. You can talk about anything you want in your own course, right? It's not like teaching for a college where there might be regulations on what you can and can't say. Flexible, control, and profit, right? When you make your own course, whether you sell it for $5 or $500, you get to make money if people buy it from you. All right, so number 2, so first one is present, so standing up here and doing things like that, or small groups or courses. Number 2 is to publish. And especially when I'm speaking to nurses, they always are like, well, what would I ever have to say? Well, it's hard to believe, but articles, magazines, they are always looking for people to contribute. And if you have something to say, you can offer your article out to these places. You may or may not even get paid, but you might get paid, and you can have your voice be heard. You can create ebooks. Ebooks are basically, you write in a Word document and you turn it into a PDF, and somebody gives you their email address and you send them this free downloadable thing. It's so great. Like, you can create ebooks. Probably all of you have made handouts for your classes. Like, you could turn those into ebooks, right? I think, is Lisa Zimmer gonna be here later? Like, think of her whole website. Is like, what has she done? She's like made a business making PDFs and selling them to all of us, right? So it's not that complicated when you say like, okay, I have all this knowledge and I'm gonna turn it into something and I'm gonna share it with others. For our nurses, we do a lot of patient education. Op-eds. Op-eds are opinions for editorials. Those are things that you can write in response to something that's happening in the world. So you can write an opinion piece. I've done several of these for the Breast Cancer Fund as well. You can do research and publish that, like Dr. Daniel yesterday, she was talking all about her dissertation. So there's lots of ways to be published. I'm just gonna kind of, for the sake of time, I think you have the slides so you can kind of go through these. But what I wanted to say about one of the easiest things I think that get overlooked is blogging. People think that blogging is dead, but blogging is very much not dead. And it is a great way for you to share knowledge, especially if you're building a team and you want to not have to repeat yourself. Courses is a great way to not have to repeat yourself. And blogging. You're like, well, I wrote an article about that, my favorite 5 blends, my 6 oils I travel with, my tips for, you know, making your own roller bottles. Like, if you have said it once, you will likely say it a dozen more times or hundreds more times, and if you just write an article or film a video about it, you will save yourself tons and tons of time. Blogging is great. It can also be a great way to lead people towards you, towards a conversion, and that you can get them on your list. You can ask them, you know, to give them your email address. You can send them an update when you write a new blog post, and then you can actually, you know, keep that going, and you may even convert that to customers. You can have multiple passions. Maybe you do like gardening, and you like traveling, and you like oils, right? So you can do that, and blogging it's very easy to monetize blogging as well through affiliate links, which I'll talk about in a minute. Or through, maybe if you all have a doTERRA account, you all have an affiliate link right now in your back pocket that you could use. But you can also do ads, and also if your blog gets popular enough, you can actually have people ask to place their ads on your account. So blogging is not dead, and it is usually one of the fastest gateways to a purchase. People will search websites and do YouTubes and all of that, but blogging, specifically affiliate blogging, is one of the best ways to convert people to a sale. And so don't underestimate blogging as a dead art. Okay, so what was that? Did you have a question?
No, I just was like, this is so much information, this is so good. Yeah.
I guess they're recording it, so you'll be able to go back. Let's see, so once you have something that you want to promote, you might use your blog, you might use your website, there is social media. So even if you have a blog, you probably still need social media. If you have a blog, you probably still need a newsletter. So you're still going to need to do marketing and promoting and staying in touch. Just like your doTERRA team, you need to stay in touch with them. So if you have an audience following you, they need to hear from you as well. So these are all just different ways that you can promote your work. Okay, so number 1 was you could present, doing courses or doing classes, things like that. Number 2 is you could publish or start a blog, make an ebook. Number 3 is podcast. And probably all of you have, listened to a podcast at some point. It's basically like a private radio show. But basically what I love about podcasting is, and if you look at these numbers, there are 600 million blogs, although I just said blogs are free. There are a lot of blogs out there, right? So there's a lot of competition. There are 23 million YouTube channels, which is also a lot of YouTube channels. But there are only 800,000 podcasts. So even though that still sounds like a lot, there is not as much competition in those areas. And it's a great way if you don't want to do video, if you just have something you want to say, short and sweet, and you want to do it on a regular basis, podcasting is a great, great tool. And when I do this talk to nurses, I remind them that there are less than 100 active nurse podcasters, which is crazy. So that is a huge opportunity for them. So you could look in your niche, in your area, there may even be less than 100, and that it could give you a huge influence that way. Again, once you have a podcast, you'd want to, of course, talk about it so people can find you, but there's all the search engines and all of that. So how do you do a podcast? Just to give you like some basics. You need a mic, so similar to, like you see those radio mics. You need a nice mic, because with podcasts, it's all about the audio. It's not so much about the video, although video podcasting is kind of becoming a thing, or kind of like Joe Rogan or whatever, right? That's like a video podcast. A pop filter is the thing that you put over the microphones, like they have on this little one here, where so it doesn't pop, so your P's and your S's, they don't pop as much. A shock mount just helps for if you were to bump the mic, it helps to do that, and there's like an arm that you can put that on. And then camera, I put question mark camera because a lot of people are trending towards video podcasting. So you still list all of your audio, but then on YouTube you show it as a video as well. Okay. So there's two things that you need to do. So once you create a podcast or a recording, you have to host it somewhere. And so once you host it, that's where they store it. And then when they store it, then they can push it out to the different directories. So whether you choose to listen to Apple Podcasts or you choose to listen to Spotify or to Audible, those are all different directories where your podcast is listed. So first you have to store it, and there are programs and platforms that do that. And then from that, then you're going to go to, okay, 5 minutes. Let's see let's see. I'll do my best. I was like, where's the timer? I don't have a timer today. All right, so how do you get started with a podcast? Find your idea. Same thing, find your idea. What are you passionate about? What could you talk about for 500 episodes? You know, so make sure it's something that you really love. Who, again, is your audience? Don't try to talk to everybody. What's your format? Are you going to do just interviews? Is it just going to be raw and you're just going to do every 5-minute Fridays? Whatever it's going to be, and then the frequency so people can rely on it. So is it every Friday? Is it every day? Is it once a month? That's all you have to do is just kind of figure those pieces out. It's a great opportunity. All right, number 4 is people and policy. And so with this, what I wanted you to think about is coaching, consulting, and advising. So whether you do that for pay, for actual getting paid for that, giving your time away, or actually being paid for your time as an expert. Again, what are people always asking you about? And what you get paid for is in relationship to how much time and money you save people. If you do all the research and they can download your ebook, that's worth a lot, right? Think about the books that Steve sells in the back, right? He's done all this research, put all this information together, or the authors have. They save you all that time, and so you're paying for that. So think about people and policy. So if you're consulting or advising people, and many people are getting into the coaching business, right? That's really just, working one-on-one with groups or individuals. Organizations, so you can consult for an organization. Like there's a gap of knowledge so that they can say that, I have this knowledge, your organization doesn't, I want to help you get from here to here. Industry, oftentimes companies are looking for people who have your expertise, and you can actually be involved that way. It's been a great way for me to provide my knowledge to others. So consulting is one way, and then advocating. And with doTERRA, right, we're wellness advocates, right? So we're advocating, and this is when we're giving, I usually think of advocating as giving your time for a cause. And so whether or not you're compensated for that. So again, for advocating, it can be for individuals, right? We're advocating for wellness one-on-one with people. You can do it for populations. You can advocate for a cause. Maybe you're, like I was saying, breast cancer was a big, passion of mine, or working with toxic chemicals, getting those out of baby products. That was a big deal for me. For justice, for belief, advocate for products. This is a product I believe in, right? I love Canva. That's where I made my slides today, right? I wish they would pay me a commission, but it's like probably all of you love Canva, right? And for advocating, you can actually sometimes be paid for that. And so in the case of network marketing or affiliate marketing, you can be paid for that. So how do you advocate? How do you start? Again, find your cause. Something that you're passionate about. I always say something that lights you up or something that fires you up, right? Sometimes it's something that makes you so angry. For the decade before I found Jeanette and essential oils, all I did was scare everybody about all these toxic chemicals and products. Stop using candles, stop using perfume, stop using makeup, blah, blah, blah. Like I was telling everybody all the things not to do. Well, what I loved about doTERRA was I could finally say, well, yeah, you should not use those things, but guess what you could use instead? You can substitute this for that. It was so liberating. People were like, wow, that's actually better to learn about that. There's so many ways to be involved, but finding your cause is really important. Again, whatever fires you up, that makes you excited, that you just can't shut up, you have to tell everyone, and your family's like, stop it already, don't tell me anything more about Copaiba, right? But you can find other people who want to know what you have to share. Nonprofits are a great way for us to partner to use our voice. Maybe business is not your thing, but you really are passionate about some of the principles. I mean, getting involved with Healing Hands in doTERRA is like an amazing way to have an impact around the world. Share what you love. So number 5 is find products that you love. Again, it's the things you use, the things you love. You just get educated on those products, you tell other people about those products, and surprise, you get paid. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. And probably you didn't know that 80% of all brands use affiliate marketing. Lululemon has affiliates. Those girls who are on Insta showing their Lulus are getting money from their Sam Cart, little link in bio. 80% of brands. Whether that's credit cards, whether that's Hyatt, whether that's Marriott, whether it's Lululemon, whether it's doTERRA, whether it's the software you use. Canva does pay some people affiliate pay. But what it is you get paid if somebody uses your link. That's all affiliate marketing is. doTERRA and network marketing is a type of affiliate marketing. We haven't really called it that. We haven't really named it that, but it's essentially what it is. So I just recently took this $7 course. I can email it out to you, but you have it in the slides too. It was really mind-blowing about affiliate marketing because it kind of changed the way that I thought about it. I mean, I've been in business almost 20 years. And affiliate marketing, it's crazy cool. And so it's another stream of income. It's another way to leverage the way that you want to influence others. I thought it was a great course. I highly recommend it. Even they have an upsell, so don't get sucked into that if you're not interested in what they have to sell. But I thought the $7 course is like a 15-day challenge where it teaches you about affiliate marketing, teaches you about social media and all that. So just full disclosure. And it is an affiliate link, and I will get paid a commission if you buy it. So I'll just tell you that. But I thought it was really great, and I have been to a lot of courses, believe me, over the last 20 years. So what would be next for you? Figure out where your people are and show up there. Love on them with education and make a call to action. Every single chance you get. So if you teach 4 days of the week, the 5th day of the week, be sure you have a call to action. Want to learn more? DM me. Want to know more? Download my book. Give them a call to action. Don't leave people hanging. So figure it out. Is it going to be podcasting? Is it going to be presenting? Is it going to be an online course? Is it going to be ebooks? Is it going to be, publishing? Whatever it's going to be, find your thing. And again, you can do it online or in person. You can do a little bit of both. I do a lot of on both now. And you need some tools, which I'm happy to help you with. You can always reach out to me through the links in my slides. And this is me, KathyAtnersKathy.com. You can find me on IG at RNBizHub. That's my link to the affiliate course. And with that, I'll say thank you.
So we moved to the same city about 2-3 weeks apart.
Yeah, I think so.
From each other.
Yeah.
So we both live in the same Clemente, California.
Yeah.
One subdivision apart. Our kids go to the same high school now, right?
Gosh.
Are your kids in high school?
Remy is going to San Clemente High School.
Yeah, so is Jackson. So,
Oh
yeah. Anyway, my son's gonna be a cheerleader. He's so excited. In like their special ed cheerleading class. So anyway, so Tasha is one of my dearest friends. She's somebody that I can personally call and cry to and tell her my deepest, darkest secrets, and she still likes me. So that's. I always feel like everybody needs somebody like Tasha, right? She's been coaching doTERRA Wellness Advocates for 7 years. She has spoken at the last 7 events that we've had, or 7 years that we've been doing this. Right as COVID hit, and when in Phoenix, I called her, I was like, oh my gosh, we're not gonna meet. How can I fix this? And she's like, no problem, I got it, Jeanette. No problem at all. We're gonna switch to an online event. I said, you know that I don't know tech stuff, right? And she's like, yeah, but I'm brilliant there, so I can take that and I'll handle it for you. She did all of that. I literally would have just shut the event down and been like, okay, I'll refund everyone their money because I don't know how to do this. So I don't even know how to record a Zoom call. I mean, my little sister, she said she's going to teach me because I made it around. Anyway, I recorded it somehow wrong. To my computer, to the iCloud, I don't know, I did something wrong. Anyway, Tasha, her mission is to give hope, confidence, skills. You have to have skills to be successful at this. To network marketers, us, especially those without sales skills, right? And leadership experience. One day you're gonna find yourself over a huge team and you're gonna be like, what am I doing here? What am I doing here as a leader? You know, right? But it starts with the first person you enroll. You are now a leader. How do you develop those skills, right? Tasha teaches that. And how to sell without being salesy, without being sleazy, without going up in an elevator. Where people think you might be a prostitute. Anyway, so Tasha is, I would say, a secret among blue and presidential diamonds. She has helped 10 different founders in Founders 2.0. She's literally a secret. How many of you guys have heard of Tasha before? You're not a secret. I thought you were like a secret.
I gotta go speak at a different event. This is called Success Secrets.
No, it's Sex Secrets, so I hope you're prepared to speak about that. Anyway, Tasha is, she's one of those people that literally will teach you how to sell without being salesy. So if you have never taken her courses, I highly, highly recommend them. It's how I went from closing 5% to 95% of the room. So it's how I've closed over 1,000 people in doTERRA, right? It's from learning how to sell. So without anything else, welcome Tasha with your awesome sweatshirt. I love it. It's my favorite. And one thing I love about Tasha is she's just real. She's just who she is. This is how she shows up to go have tacos in California.
Thank you. I did attempt one year. I wore a suit because I thought that's what professional, like grown-ups are supposed to do. And I came to this event and Jeanette looked at me and said, "What are you wearing? I can't even look at you." It wasn't even, that's not an exaggeration. I'm so sorry I said that. She said, "Do you have a hoodie in your backpack?" I said, "Of course I have a hoodie in my backpack." "Take that suit jacket off right now and go put on your hoodie because I can't even look at you."
Because this is how you coach. This is
because hoodies are more comfortable. I am going to speak from here because I do have some notes. Is that?
I think this is a slide clicker.
Yeah, let's see if we can figure this out.
I think.
I can clip this, right? To my hoodie. And it's going to be so easy to hear me because the hoodie's up here and the suit would have had, All right. Today we are going to talk about, the title is True Impact. Can you guys hear this or do I need the other one? Yeah? Okay, cool. Do I not know how to use this?
Try it one more time.
There we go. Your life has purpose, your story is important, your dreams count, your voice matters, and you were born to make an impact. And we have to start, and this is not a sales philosophy or a leadership philosophy, this is a life philosophy. And if we start by understanding that what we are trying to do in our life is really, it's to make an impact, isn't it? We want to matter, we want to have purpose, and we want our dreams to matter. And we need to start there. And our businesses, whether it's a coaching or training business like mine, or an essential oil business like yours, we are here to make an impact, and our businesses are an artistic expression, I believe, of our souls. What do you guys think about that concept?
Yeah.
So, what does it mean to impact people? You know, raise your hand if you have a workbook. Everyone's got a workbook. Okay, thank you, Jim and Heather, for doing that. The dictionary defines having an impact, or an impact as having a strong effect on someone or something.
If customers don't have your products in their home, on their dresser, in their cabinet, have you impacted them? I love Steve's work. You guys love Steve's work? So good. It has a limitation though. Can I take this amazing booklet, rub it on my tummy, and then poop properly in the morning? What do I need? I need the product. How many of you believe in the life-changing properties of your product? Raise your hand. Then I believe you have a moral and ethical obligation to learn how to sell well. Because if you don't know how to sell well, I'm screwed. Am I allowed to say screwed at this meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Go for it.
So a lot of people come to me because they like see all these bubbles on their charts, their back office, and they want to fill them up. And they're thinking, okay, if I want to be successful, I need to figure out how to get people to buy stuff. But this is not exactly the right philosophy if we're thinking about impact first. I have lots of doTERRA stories. This one's one of my favorites. My daughters, Haley and Zoe, they're 11 and 13. And so I met doTERRA in 2015. And so that made Haley 3. Haley used to have the kind of tantrums that, I don't know if you guys have had family members like this, where her eyes would glaze over and you would lose her, like literally lost. And she would scream on the floor and she would kick and she would scream, no, no, no. And she learned how to read when she was 4, but she would go nonverbal. So how do you think that impacted our life? If we didn't know if our 3-year-old was going to be that or fine. Have you guys ever had a scenario like that? And so I had a kit. We got her an ITOVI scan actually, and I got her to get scanned like right after a tantrum, and we put together a blend for her. And so she would still have some of the challenges. And then I would take this little roller and I'd rub it on the bottom of her feet. She'd be mad, because I was controlling her with the oils, of course. She'd be mad and she would be like, no oils, no oils, no oils. What, 21 seconds?
Yeah.
And I got my kid back. And we need to remember that that is what you are doing on a daily basis. But if your customer doesn't understand what the heck you are talking about, they will not buy that product. They will not know to put it on the feet at that time. And they will not have that life-changing experience. So here is our philosophy for sales and for leadership. Customer first, team second, ego third. We're going to stop making decisions on how to protect our fragile ego. And we're going to start making our business enjoyable for customers. So here's a pop quiz. Who benefits the most when a sale is made? Good. Who benefits the most when you launch a builder? The customer's community. The builder's community. Because now the builder is helping customers. So let's try that one again. Who benefits the most when you launch a new builder? The customers. Okay, we'll try this one more time. Okay, we'll go from the top. Who benefits the most when a sale is made?
The customer.
Good job. Okay. Who benefits the most when you launch a new business builder?
The customer.
Good. Who benefits the most when your team is motivated and engaged?
The customers.
Let's talk a little bit about this dirty word called sales. Whatever concepts you have about sales, they're made up in your brain and through culture and through media. Here's the definition of a sale. A sale is a win-win agreement. It is when I believe that the solution you have is more valuable to me than my dollars or euros or whatever, wherever you're traveling from today. A sale is made when the money, I'm purchasing a solution. And so what we do is we help with problems. If we are walking around in our business solely thinking about our goals, and I help people with a lot of goals, and I want you to have goals, and I want you to have dreams, but if that's all we're thinking about, we're missing what business is. Pat Lencioni. This is a book on company culture. A positive company culture must center first on customers. Then you will have financial stability and success. I'm just going to acknowledge the awkward. Anyone like, where'd my financial stability and success go? Can anyone relate to that question or don't even want to admit that? That's fine. It's because we lost our focus. Customers aren't the center of your universe. No one is buying. Now, we have to prepare ourselves for what we're trying to do here. And this is something I learned when I was young. I learned how to sell knives when I was 20 years old. I was too young to know that was weird. And I'm really glad. Here's what I learned. 20%, and then you can write this in your notebook or in your workbook. All the underlined stuff is in the notebook, blanks. Had my kids do that. 20% will buy no matter what. 20% will not buy no matter what. 60% is up to you. But what's the problem here? Is we message, our words, we speak to the 20% that will buy no matter what. And our actions, right? We lack action because we are afraid of the 20% that won't no matter what. Right? We speak to the ones who will with our words, and we act as if everyone are the ones that won't. And that is a recipe for failure in business. It's the middle 60%. The ones that you're like, oh, the essential oils, you want them? That 20%? Or, you know, when we started coaching doTERRA people, the average was a 10 to 20% closing percentage. So if they have 10 one-on-ones or 10 people at an appointment, they would make 1 or 2 sales. Does that sound right for those of you that I haven't worked with? And so then we taught them a sales conversation, and closing percentages jumped from 50 to 80%. Because what happened was that they were starting to speak to the 60% that were in the middle. Right? Previously, it was just that 10 to 20%. And now we were capturing 50 to 80%. Then that caused some other problems because then the kits started selling out, and that was complicated. Apparently, doTERRA wasn't creating inventory plans for me. So the good news is, as network marketing leaders, you have an impact on thousands of people. So that 60% that's up to you, that's a lot of people that we can help. So how do I impact customers? Number 1, we have to shift our thinking. Number 2, we need to speak in simple language. Our words matter. Number 3, we have to try. Sorry, that was me. So how do we shift our thinking? We're going to move away from I'm going to sell stuff, and we're going to move towards being a problem finder. A problem finder. Because when we are, we want to be problem solvers. How many of you guys are like, oh, a problem solver? But what if they don't know they have a problem?
Yeah, right.
True customer loyalty comes when you find someone's problem before they do. Be a problem finder. Here's an example. You go to the mechanic, your car's a little bit weird, and they ask you a bunch of questions. If they didn't ask you any questions, you'd kind of probably think they're incompetent, right? But then they ask you all these really smart questions. You're like, oh, you must know what you're talking about. Because what they're doing is they're asking questions to find problems. And that is the highest level of service. Number 2, don't dump features, explain scenarios. Have you ever explained the 78 uses for lavender and had someone's eyes glaze over? Is anyone willing to admit that in our small public environment? Does your customer remember all of those? I mean, what is it? This is the Swiss Army knife. I've heard it, guys. You're like, what does that mean? So So we try to dump these features thinking the more features that we give people, the more they're going to love it. But they just get more glazed over, and then it feels like you're over promising and under delivering. What we want to do instead is use scenarios. Have you ever gotten that stuff in the back of your throat? Drop a lemon in your green tea will fix that right up. Anyone here have kids or grandkids? Ever had an Elsa sticker on your furniture? This lemon, take that right off. Why are your eyes not glazed over? Because what we did is we painted a picture. We used a scenario. We put them into the show instead of listing all, right? Otherwise I could be like, and this is great for clearing phlegm, and this is great for removing stickiness, and this is great. Like, that's so boring. But when we give a scenario, it's easier for them to understand. When we're working with people, we want to stay connected to the problems that are solved, the goals that are achieved, and the needs addressed. And my favorite is we have to give people a reason. The magic of the word because. I heard this research, so I'm a psychology nerd. So I read a lot of behavioral psychology, because if we are in a business working with people and influence, maybe we should learn something about psychology. I know, it's a wild concept. So I'm reading this book, and they talk about the because study. And so there's a bunch of, they do this with printers, and they found that when somebody said, can I cut in line, only like 10% of people said yes. And then they said, can I cut in line because I'm really running late for a meeting? I'd be really grateful, because. And they went to a 74% compliance rate, is the word in psychology. That's pretty cool, right? Just using the word because. Then they said, what about a nonsensical reason? So they said, can I cut in line because the line is long? 73% compliance rate. All you need is a reason. So my younger daughter, Haley, she's 4 now, and she doesn't want to brush her teeth. I can't use the roller bottle for that one. It's not working. So I try this. I'm like, Haley, brush your teeth because it's time to brush your teeth. Okay, Mommy. Or no, I think the first one was brush your teeth because it'll help your teeth be clean. That was a better reason. And then the next day, brush your teeth because it's time to brush your teeth. Okay, Mommy. And then I wanted to really test this theory. Brush your teeth because the hamper's red. I kid you not. Okay, Mommy. Use the word because. All right, we're going to do a quick activity just in the side. I want you to think about just your last 3 customers. And I don't care if they were last week or they're in 2015. Just write down your last 3 customers and what problems did you solve. That's the way I want you to start thinking. What problems did you solve? Not what products. They're not buying products. They're buying solutions to problems. Focus on the problems, not the products. All right, Tasha, give me the words. Who wants the words? Only one of you? All right. How do we speak in their simple language? Number 1, we're going to use the 4th grade rule. If the fourth grader wouldn't understand it, we don't say it. Or what would a 4th grader understand? Here's a good example. Want to do the business? What do you think a 4th grader thinks that is? Poop. So we say, I'm going to be good at recruiting. And we start asking everyone, do you want to do the business? And they think you're talking about poop. And you're wondering why no one is joining your team. Use the 4th grade rule. Number 2, remember what it's like. I'm going to put some of you vets on blast right now. We talk a lot about our stories as they are today. Show me with a show of hands how many years you've been in the oils, oiling each other up, or whatever word you guys use. 9, 8, 10, 5, 10. Okay. And so what happens is we talk about our stories today. We need to remember what it was like. Remember your origin story. Remember the first time you breathed properly. Remember the first time your knees stopped hurting. That's the story we need to tell. The time where you went from, this is weird, to, whoa. We need to remember what it was like then. We spend way too much time talking to each other. I'm like, hey girl, CPTG. And when we think that new customers are going to be enamored like that, like we are, think about this as you're bombing your news feed in the next 3 days. Third, ask questions, write down what they say, use those words. Ask questions. We sold $4.7 million worth of sales training. I think that's cool. We built the entire enterprise on one question. What's hard for you? I didn't read a network marketing book. Now, I sold knives for a long time, so I know a thing or two about direct sales. I didn't read a single network marketing book for 3 years because I knew it would skew my concept. How many of you guys have taken StrengthsFinder? And you're like, I'm a learner, so I'm not going to take any action. So I'm a 4 learner. And I mean, I love the learners. I think like $4.1 million is from the learners, so I probably shouldn't make fun too much. So I'm a learner, but I read 0 books on network marketing leadership in 3 years. What I did instead is I asked, what's hard for you? Instead of learning from a book, I learned from a human. We have 25,000 people. What's hard for you about sales? That's why our sales training will triple your sales. Ask questions. Here's some magic words. A lot of families have XYZ problems. So I have something to help with that. I thought it might be right up your alley. I want to make sure you're included. Anyone have a hard time getting people to attend workshops or events or something? It's probably what we're saying. We're probably like, come to my basics of essential oils class. Those are all words I don't want to be involved in. They're about your products, not about your problems. So instead, a lot of families have energy, pain, and sleep problems. So I have something to help with that. Thought it might be right up your alley. I want to make sure you're included in this workshop I'm doing. Would you like the details? Do you think that could work? Yes. What if we asked, what are some hard things about being a 43-year-old woman? Do you think we might get some real answers? I'm obviously talking about you, not me. Have you ever, insert frustrating scenario, have you ever woken up and had 4 nightmares about a speaking event the next day? Total hypothetical. One of the nightmares, I have family in town, and the dad brought me 3 dogs to take care of right before I was supposed to come to this speaking event. So I'll talk to my therapist about it. So have you ever, frustrating situation, this is what you'll use for that. Never ever ban this word, write this like word and circle. Should. Take that word out of your vocabulary. Makes people feel bad. Instead, have you ever, this is for that. So I have a little fun thing for you guys to do. Social media, you're like, how do I get leads on social media? It's so hard. Be normal. This is tip number 1. Number 2, post some of these every once in a while. I have a thing that helps with problem. Who wants it? So how would I write that if I were you today? I have an ebook. Helps with children doing homework. Who wants it? How many of you guys would say, please me? None of you want that ebook? You already know, that's why, huh? Okay, so let's go back. Point 2, remember what it was like. Okay. Okay. You've never heard of essential oils. I have an ebook to help with children doing their homework. Who wants it? Cool. And you're like, Tasha, I don't have time to write an ebook. You know that doTERRA has all these free ebooks and they're beautiful. And so when they say yes, now you can start a conversation with them in Messenger and say, I have this ebook for you. Here it is. And you just give them the link. It's already made. And now you have a conversation. How does that sound, everyone? Good? Oh my God, that's amazing. I was worried because you were like, I don't want that ebook. Okay, so now we've talked about adjusting our wording. We've talked about shifting our mindset. And now we have to talk about trying. We have to try. We have to give a good effort. We have to try to listen and learn. We have to try to love. We have to ask the direct question, and we have to try more than once. So try to listen and learn instead of trying to tell. A couple weeks ago, I made a joke on social media. None of the doTERRA-ists, not doTERRA-ists, doTERRA-ists, you heard it wrong. doTERRA-ists answered this question properly. I said, how many extra solar panels do I need to get to go through menopause? Like 3 people got the joke. All the doTERRA people were like, you should be fine, girl. Just use your peppermint. I'm sure we have oils for that. I mean, go check my feed. It was a joke. The answer is more than you're planning for. But instead I got a lot of recommendations on what essential oils. You were not listening, not you individually, maybe some of you, but collectively not listening. Seek to understand, then to be understood. And that is why we eliminate the word should. I'm so terrified to mention at any point in time that I might eventually go through menopause or any other health issue due to the 9,800 people in my audience that sell network marketing, health, and wellness products. And it's because if I were to dare say I was tired, my messenger would blow up with, you should, blankety, 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 blank. Now, how would you feel if someone said that to you? And this is where our belief jacks us up, right? We believe in the products, and we want to pour out our belief, and all the people like, tell your story, believe, just believe. If you keep believing, they'll buy. But then you get the crazy eyes. You guys know what I'm talking about, network marketer crazy eyes? Just look at Marie. It's when you like summon all of your energy. You're like, you guys see him? You should get this. It will help you so much. Let's try instead. Sounds really hard what you're going through. What have you tried? Why don't we build bridges instead of shouting at people from the top of the mountain? How does it make you feel? Like, is that working for you? Tell me more. Right? This is core listening skills. Ask people questions like, tell me more. What else? Right? Let's really be present with people. You know what Teddy Roosevelt says. So he says a lot of things that are great. People don't care how much you know until
They know how much you care.
they know how much you care. Prove it. Try to love. Ryan Dice, he's the owner of Digital Marketer, and I came across this quote several years ago. And aren't we all afraid of Amazon? And he says, how do you beat Amazon? You outlove them. I can't expand on that. Ask the direct question. So we go through the presentation, or I call them conversations, because they shouldn't feel like present. Do you guys feel like I'm doing a presentation, or are we having a conversation here? And that's the way our one-on-ones and classes ought to be structured. So we go through the whole thing. They tell us what's hard, and or what their goals are. We walk through the scenarios, and we're like, "All right, it's so great to talk to everyone today. Let me know what you want to do. See ya." And then you're like, because the fortune's in the follow-up. How many of you guys have heard that bunch of crap? You know where the fortune is? The closing percentage. Fortune in the follow-up is great because it uses alliteration and it tricks our brain into believing it's true. The fortune is in the closing percentage. I guarantee you, so I have the honor of hugging 10 founders tomorrow. None of them follow up with beads. They all have 90% closing percentages. Because why would you follow up when you could just close the sale instead? And then people can leave knowing their hope is on the way. And I say that, it's so cheesy, but remember, I am your customer, not your upline. That's how you know it's true. That was a joke. So, would you like to go ahead and order this? Would you like to go ahead and order this? It's weird if you don't say it. And if you don't say it, it will feel like your confidence, belief, and enthusiasm is waning. Back in the day, I had friends that guys hit on. I don't know, I would wear this, and then the guys would just walk by. It was weird. And if they were talking to one of my friends, I'm not going to pretend that I was the person they were talking to, unless we were going to play basketball later. So they would go talk to my friends, and if they were talking for a while, then the guy just like walked away. Like, it was good talking to you, walked away. How would she feel? Rejected. What the heck? Rejected. Okay, think about this for a second. We ask them what's hard for them. We find out about their goals. We speak in simple language. We ask them scenarios. They're like, yes, nodding their heads the whole time. We walk away and they feel rejected. Is that what we're going for? So we're so worried about our fragile ego, we can't ask this question. Would you like to go ahead and order this? We have to try. And then we have to try more than once. If we only try once, what does that say about our conviction? What message does calling once say? What message does not asking for the order send? What message does not asking for referrals send? We're so worried about bothering people, we're asking the wrong question. The wrong question is what I'm saying bothering people? And the right question is what I'm saying helpful to people? And is it helpful to come back around? If I'm ever engaged in sales processes, I do mostly coaching all day. I'm a business partner in charge of sales. But I'll on a Friday, I'll just say, I'm about to leave for the weekend. I don't want you to slip through the cracks. So were you planning on registering for that mastermind? And they're like, thank you so much. How many of you gotten a message like that? That's why you're here. What message does it send if I didn't do that? The only reason I would not send those messages on Fridays is because I don't care and I want to get out of the office. Yeah. We're not going to pretend that we are being noble and kind and compassionate. We are going to acknowledge the truth is that really the reason I'm not sending that message is my fragile ego can't handle it and I don't want to work. Right? The only reason I would not send those messages is because I do not care if those people 5 times their closing percentage. And what does that say about me? Now, of course, we need words to back it up, and that's why we gave you those magic words, and we have more for you. But we need to actually try. We have to focus on impact in our business. And so what I want you guys to think about is whose life have you impacted? Right? Conventions, doTERRA convention is a great time for me. One year, I got to watch 128 clients walk the stage. That felt amazing. Right? And I could take that brochure and be like, we impacted the communities of 128 diamonds in a row. And every single day, focus on impacting people, helping people find their problems, solving them. And every single day, write down the names of 3 people who impacted your business. Now, we have a couple of choices right now. They're not deep choices. One is play a game, and one is eat. I vote play the game. Play the game? All right, it's a cool game. It's fun. We're going to put everything. Oh, I have one more quote. Sorry. There's one valid definition of business purpose, create customer. You guys get that by now. We're going to put it all together. We're going to play my favorite game, the snake oil game. That is not a slam. That is the name of the game. I did learn about it from a doTERRA Blue Diamond. She said, have you ever played the snake oil game? And I said, no. You need the snake oil game. It is my favorite game. And it is how I will teach Haley to run the company someday. All right, first part of putting this all together, and then we'll play the game. I want you guys to write down a few problems that you are having right now in your life. I think there's a place in the workbook where you write your problems. Probably. Yeah, there's a grid, right? Page 6, there's a grid? Yeah. So, going to say, Tasha, you. Yeah, under you, no, just above that, just write 3 problems that you have.
In our business, or?
No, you could use health and wellness as, it doesn't matter. Just 3 problems you have, doesn't matter for this game we're playing. Okay, so this is the way the snake oil game works. You get all these cards, and you have to come up with a product. So you have 9 cards: dream, glove, tank, tent, whistle, feather, energy, island, underwear. Your job in the snake oil game is to come up with a product right now for you. For example, the product for me would be energy underwear. I'm traveling a lot. There's a times difference. I have nightmares every time I speak. Dogs, apparently. And it can be an energy sucker. And so you could make me you could sell me some energy underwear, and I would be all over that right now. And so what I want you guys to do is look at these 9 cards, and I want you to make a product for you based on the problems you have. Does that track? And if you look at your workbook on page 6, all the words are there. All right, ready? Go. Come up with a product for you. Anybody have one? Yeah, what do you have?
So I put Dream Island.
Dream Island. Okay, I love that.
I do too.
You guys have a Dream Island? That's really different than energy underwear. Okay, so the product or service is Dream Island. How is it relevant to you?
So, with just a lot of changes in the last year, I'm going through a lot of anger issues, direction, and I have worked very hard at not being judgmental or criticizing people, and it's gone to a point where I'm starting to kind of regress and go back to where I had come from. And so, a Dream Island where I'm hoping everything would be the way it should be, so I'm not doing some of these things.
That's great. So, I love that. What's your Dream Island, by the way?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, so for me, I'm just exhausted. The last 10 days, my mother-in-law passed away a couple of weeks ago.
Sorry to hear that.
And just all the things, so lack of sleep, tired, energy, I'm just not that chirpy 10
Yeah.
that I normally am. So I'm like, it'd be so nice to just Dream Island and nobody be there, just a hammock in me and I could just sleep.
Okay, so interesting. Now the Dream Island is the same product,
Yeah.
but means two different things to two different people. Let's note that. What's the transformation of the Dream Island? I'm going to go from stressed out, frazzled, to peaceful and calm. Transformation. So, I'm like, Dream Island, who has time for that? I have no energy. I need some energy underwear. Right? And what we want to do is we want to have, how is it relevant? What's the reason to act now? So why do we need, I almost did it. Why would it be a good idea for them to get their Dream Island now? What do you guys think?
She's tired. Sleep now.
Need sleep now? Okay, great. We missed this part, right? What's the reason to act now? And if I don't have a reason to act now as a customer, am I going to act now? We're like, our customers are so mean, they're so bad, they just ghost me, they're not motivated, and I wish they were just all like me. And we forgot to give them a reason, a because. Get this now, because. All right, what about this guy? Pro wrestler, this is the game. So in the game, snake oil game, you pull cards, and it has different target markets, and then you take the cards and you come up with different things. So now this is an exercise to start thinking. I want you guys to think about your pro wrestler. What is the product you can make for your pro wrestler? And what I want you guys to do is write down, how is this relevant? What's the reason to act now? And what is the transformation? And yes, we are going to do a contest. I have some books. Maybe should I just raffle a one-on-one session? Those are worth like $600. Yeah?
Yes, please.
All right, well then you guys have to try more than once. I feel like we should do a few of these and have a snake oil off. Yeah, we got to make a product for the pro wrestler. We'll just use the same cards for simplicity. So write down product, service, how is it relevant, reason to act now, transformation. While you guys work on that, I'm going to get Jeanette to be our judge. Hey, I need a judge. Keep working. All right, so your job right now is to do a sales pitch. Jeanette, can you come up? You're a pro wrestler. All right, we'll take 3 volunteers. All right, first hand was right there, yep. Okay. How about you two?
Both of us?
Yeah. All right, come on up. Bring your sales pitch. Bring your sales pitch. So I have a book for the winner. We'll do another one, and then you two will have a sales off for the one-on-one session. And then we'll eat. It's coming. Okay. Do we need mic? Do you have mic?
I got a mic, yeah.
Okay, cool. So you are a pro wrestler.
Okay.
They're going to do their sales pitch.
Okay.
And you're going to need to decide which product you want to buy.
Okay.
And what's your name?
Debbie.
Debbie.
Michelle's on my team.
Okay.
This will be fun. So I have developed this new product. It's called the Feather Glove.
Okay.
It's going to be a prop that you're going to use when you're pro wrestling. So instead of being a scared turtle, you're going to be a feared turtle.
Okay.
All right, nice. All right, let's go.
Or snake, whatever.
Okay, the product that I developed is the whistle glove.
Okay.
So every time you make a move towards your opponent, it's going to whistle, and it's going to set them off guard so that you get to win and you get the belt
Oh, I like that.
Nice, all right. Which one, what's that called?
I want a belt.
Whistle glove. Whistle glove.
My product is the whistle tent. Because when you blow the whistle, everything stops and you get to run into the tent, pull yourself back together, rejuvenate, and come out and clean it.
Oh, nice. All right, so we have a whistle tent, a whistle glove, and a feather glove.
Yes.
All right, Jeanette, who's the winner today?
I'm gonna go with the whistle glove. I
Whistle
really
glove.
like the whistle.
Whistle glove. All right, congrats. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Let's debrief. Why did you choose the whistle glove? All great products, by the way. Thank you so much for playing. Why the whistle glove? Why did it speak to you?
Because I could picture my, 125-pound self with that gigantic belt over my shoulder like Tyra wears his. That's cool.
That's cool.
I could picture the belt. She sold me on the belt.
She sold the belt. She sold the transformation. You don't have a belt, or what? I think it was when they're attacking you. You blow the whistle, right, and it freezes them. So we went from they're attacking me to I have a belt. Nailed the transformation. Great job. Great job. All right, Santa. Where'd Steve go? He was my other judge. We lost Steve?
You want me to be a judge again? You can have Kathy back there be a judge. Kathy's a good judge.
Kathy doesn't really strike me as a Santa, though. I mean, that's fine. Kathy, you want to be Santa today?
She could be Mrs. Claus.
The card says Santa.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to make... I have number 34, adaptability. Welcome to my TED Talk. Okay, so Kathy, you are going... We need that mic, though, Jeanette. Okay, so now we need a service. We need a product for Santa. Do your sales pitch. Remember, you can use words like because. You can use simple language. You can use words like anything that you have learned today you can use in your sales pitch. Have you ever? I don't have any more cards. What should I do for that? Sell off. All right, who's ready? We got a bunch of people. Also, if you are a client of mine, you're not allowed to play. Just warning you. Okay. Let's see. Who do I not know at all? Who's new? Okay. You wanna come and play then? Yep. Who else do I not? You wanna play or no? Yeah, come on up. Alright, those are the only two people that don't know. You don't know me yet? Alright, you wanna play? If you don't wanna play, you don't have to. Okay, come on up. Alright, we are selling our products to Santa. Is it Steve or is it Kathy? Kathy, did you speak earlier?
I did.
They know you a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so I want you to think, you guys know Kathy a little bit. It's cool, we're good. Okay. I want you to consider that she's Kathy Santa. Oh, by the way, my kids always use, and it's invisible, and somehow that works. Remember, your products can have any feature, anything. It can even be invisible. All right, what's your, you're good. Yeah, ready. I'll take this. Say your name and do your sales pitch.
Hi, my name is Evelyn. I am selling the Dream underwear.
Oh.
Yes, so Santa, for you, you have a job that has to be all around the world for the kids. But when you put your underwear at night, your dreams are doing the whole job. You don't have to wake up. When you wake up, your job is already done.
And that's invisible.
Hi, I'm Sharon. So I'm selling the Dream Whistle. So you need it because your biggest time suck obviously is waiting for the kids to fall asleep because you can't put the presents under the tree until they're asleep. So you blow the whistle, and they go right to sleep. And it increases your productivity. Then you can get back home to Mrs. Claus where you know she makes the best cookies. You don't really want
And is the whistle invisible?
Whistle, dream whistle.
Dream whistle?
Puts
Is
the
it,
kids right to sleep.
is it invisible though? No. Say your name and make your sales pitch. Oh, they'll find it. We all find it. Where's my, Santa's like, here's my dream whistle.
Hi, I'm Robin, and I've got the Dream Island, and because it's a fantasy, holidays are coming, and you make happy kids.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Kathy Santa.
Yes.
What are the products? So let's say Megan.
Dream underwear.
The Dream underwear.
Dream whistle.
And Dream Island.
All right, Kathy Santa.
I think I really like the whistle because I'm always about getting more productivity. So.
Yeah, all right, dream whistle for the win. Congratulations. All right, stay up here and we got to have our sell-off. All right, you got to come back up. Stay up here because we got to do one. Well, I guess you guys might want to like be able to write down or something. Okay, you guys can stay where you are because you're going to do the thing.
Am I saying?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm good.
Okay, here's the customer. Customer is 43 years old, female, and we'll start playing 4-on-4 men's basketball, half court, in a 40-plus league next week. She needs a product or two, or 100. Okay, so you have 43-year-old female, hasn't played competitive basketball or in a basketball game since she was 18, and broke her shins. I know, it's funny when you say it like that. And now we're going to play 4-on-4 old man's basketball, half court. And I'm going to need some products to get me through this game. So we're going to have a sell-off, and the winner gets to talk to me, which I think it's always weird that that's a prize.
That is a prize, Tasha. That is a prize.
It is a.
I'm a little mad I can't win this prize.
It is. I always think that promoting that myself is a strange prize. But it is the prize today, a one-on-one strategy session for your doTERRA business. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. So our two winners will come up, we'll do a sell-off, we'll choose a product, and then we'll have lunch. Does that sound like a good plan? Yeah. Was this game worth it? Yes. All right. You can satisfy your hunger with sales training pretty much all the time. Oh, that was not a joke. All right, whenever you guys are ready. Anticipation. You get a lot of hype going. Also, at lunch, like, come up to me and let me know what your products you made for me are. I'd love to know. We are going to do a special 30% off our group programs during this thing here. All the descriptions are in the back of the book. We're here to help. I would prefer not to answer that question. It ends at lunch. It technically ends Saturday. But if you order something today, I'll give you a free book. Also a weird thing to say, but people like it. I will do more than that. I don't know what more, but I will do more than just sign it. What's the idea?
I'm not going to say it publicly.
Come tell me while they're working on their thing. This is for the final. Come tell me your idea. Is that because of something I missed earlier? Yes. I missed some jokes earlier. Okay. I don't mind doing that. Okay. You guys ready? All right, come on up. Come on up. So exciting, right, guys? Woo!
Got my whistle blow.
All right. Anyone want to go first? You guys have a preference?
Oh, we're just one.
Just the two of you. It's a sell-off.
Intimidation. Could you just say your scenario?
My scenario, 43 years old, I played basketball in college, I broke my shins. This is my first attempt at an actual basketball game since then. I'm playing in a 4-on-4 men's basketball league, half court, 40+ league.
My product?
Yeah, your product. Or service.
Is feather energy. Because she needs to be light on her feet after her injury. She needs relief. And she wins with a swish, floating at the basket from half court with 0.8 seconds left in the game.
Feather energy.
Feather energy.
Feather energy.
So my product is feather underwear for the same reason. Eases the pain in your joints when you put them on. You are instantly lighter, so you float on that court. You can dunk, whether you can jump or not, and you win the trophy. And when they're all holding you up on the court, you're light as a feather.
Invisible. Does it make me invisible? Well, they're both amazing. Great features and benefits. I do think the painting pictures is going to put that over the edge, and I definitely think the feather underwear was an amazing picture. I thought that the feather, what'd you say, feather energy, also awesome. So let's give these guys a round of applause. I'll connect with you at lunch. Do you guys have fun doing that? Yeah. All right, cool. Sales training does not need to be whatever you think it is. As we wrap up today, before lunch, here are some things that Ernest Hemingway wants to make sure you do. Before you act, listen. Before you react, think. Before you spend, earn. Before you criticize, wait. Before you pray, forgive. And before you quit, try. I think Jeanette, you need to take this thing. All right, I think we're ready to go for lunch. Thanks, guys, for playing.
So I just want to make sure I didn't screech on you guys. So, hello everybody. How are you? Hi, Kristen. So good to see you. So, I have a little bit of a presentation prepared, but what I really want to get at, so I put the title as Building a Business with Healthcare Professionals. I want to get at is how many of you, by raise of hands, are in the healthcare field? So a lot of you. Okay, awesome. And how many of you would like to work with people to transition them using essential oils and from the healthcare field? So we have interest on both sides. So I want to talk to both sides of that. So we'll just start with a little bit about my story. I am a doctor of psychology and a licensed clinical social worker. I'm a crisis therapist, and I'm the founder of the Holistic Brain. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. But so I grew up with hippie mama. So I was always using essential oils and herbs, and so when doTERRA came about, my best friend came to me and just said, "Oh my gosh, you got to try these." And I was like, "I have essential oils." I didn't really think there was something different about it, and so I bought some to appease her because there was a deal at Thanksgiving or something, and I didn't really use them, but at one point I ran out of the peppermint that I had been using. And I opened peppermint. How many of you guys have ever used peppermint from another company before?
Yes.
Yeah. It is so different. And I opened this peppermint and I put, I had some, it was Charlie horses. I do dance, and so I would get Charlie horses in my quads. And so I was like, hey, this helps. So I put it on. And my leg was on fire. I was like, what in the world? So I'm like, what is in this stuff? So that kind of got me down the track of, okay, there's something more viable here. There's something more than what I was utilizing, because I had a crisis therapy practice. I was working at an inner city high school. I'm from San Diego. And so I was, but I had essential oils, but I never thought that they would really do something for the brain, because they really just kind of eased. They weren't bad, they just eased things. They didn't really they didn't really make a huge difference for me. And so when I found that peppermint that took my Charlie horse away like that, that's when I thought, whoa, there might be something here. So I started kind of researching a little bit more about aromatic compounds. And so I want to go into a little bit of that, but I don't want to too sidetracked with my story because I'm going to talk a little bit about it as we go. But that led me to really, when you look at aromatherapy in general, and I think you guys all know this, but it's really about the compounds. It's about the purity and the compounds inside of it that actually have a benefit for the body. And so as I started doing that, I started bringing them into my practice, and I would just diffuse them on the side as an air freshener, and my teenagers loved it. That was the fun thing, is seeing teens that were coming in under panic and just like, I don't know what to do, my teacher took my phone. And it's like, that's a panic, right? So coming in panicked and then smelling the essential oil, oh, it smells good in here. So, and just like shifting all of a sudden to be able to process it. The world isn't ending because your cell phone was taken. And of course you weren't on it, So it was really good to like see how the essential oil literally diffused the situation. So that's how my journey led from, I'll tell you about the business journey in just a minute, but led from utilizing them in my practice. Then my next goal was, well, what can I do in my doctorate to really learn more and do a research article on utilizing essential oils. So I kind of wanted to go the publication route at that point. And so I started down this path of researching essential oils and, of course, mental health. So I'd have classes in my doctorate that was on, like, bipolar, for example. It's clinical psychology. So I would look up bipolar. I would look at what was going on neurologically with the brain, right, neurobiology. And then I would look at essential oils. Now, at this point in time, essential oil research isn't on, for example, using bipolar or autism. It's not like, oh, we use this oil for autism. It's not at that point yet. It's coming. But what it was at was I can look at the neurobiology. I can dissect what's gone on with other research that's been done on the brain. And we can make a hypothesis that these could actually be beneficial together. So that's how I started, which was all my content back there is all research-based. This isn't, just pulled out of my hat or something. And then I did my dissertation, ended up doing my dissertation with vets in San Diego, Navy vets, Marines, Navy SEALs, first responders, firefighters, and we did, after I did a huge literature review of essential oils and brain chemistry, I narrowed it down to bergamot. And we did bergamot and PTSD. Which, by the way, I have to announce, I just found out, I'm getting published in a journal in November. So, so excited. So I'm so happy. That took a long time because I finished that a while ago, but it takes a long time to get published. Well, mine did. So it's now getting published in November, and that'll be available, I'm sure, for everybody to look at. So anyway, that's kind of, the route that I took with being a healthcare professional. So I'll go into the business side in just a minute. So let's talk about my 3 secrets. This was just a template, and I thought that was cute, so I didn't change it. The first secret, stay within your niche, passion, and expertise, but just add a holistic remedy. So those of you who are in the healthcare field, or those of you who are looking to add other practitioners, well, let's ask you, why do you want to add a health practitioner?
Credibility.
Huh? Credibility, that's a good one, yeah. Why do you want health practitioners or medical field involved with essential oils? Credibility.
Make a difference.
Make a difference, yes.
I think a lot of people are using them and their patients are coming in and they don't know how to answer the questions that their patients have.
Yeah, absolutely. Inform, right? That's a huge piece. I want to come back to that one. Someone else had a hand, yeah.
People are coming to them for solutions.
Yep. Yeah, and what does a doctor say or therapist say if they're like, hey, can I use this for my depression, or can I use this for my upset stomach? And the doctor's like, no, and they usually discourage the patient. unless they're informed. So it's a huge benefit. So the first secret talks about here for building, I kind of put this as in the sense of building a business, right? So I want to look at this in two different ways. Number one is, if you want to build a business, I had years of schooling, like years of hours for licensure and so much work, and I did that career because I was passionate about it, right? So I don't want to just go, okay, let me throw that aside and go build a business with an essential oil company. It has to be congruent. So when you're talking with people or as healthcare professionals, help them recognize how their niche can make such a difference in the world. Helping give that credibility, right? Educating the educators. So there's that passion, that expertise, combine it. It doesn't have to be, okay, you're just doing essential oils in your home. It's how can you take what you've gained and put it all into one whole. So, okay, I'll come back to this. So second one, continue to authentically serve people. So why do healthcare workers, or any of us, and even doTERRA, but why do you think they usually get into their field? They want to help people. And then, for those of you in healthcare system, what happens when you get into the healthcare field? What do you notice? Disillusion. There's differences, right? Billing is a big thing, right? Lot of quality of care, and what you would love to do isn't really there. So for me, I loved my job. I loved being a crisis therapist. And it was interesting. I was hired on by a grant to work at this inner city school and do suicide crisis. And so I had so much freedom to really do the work that I needed. I didn't have to bill. It was awesome. I kept my notes for sure, and I kept follow-up, and I did a lot of protocols, but I didn't have to bill or worry about any of that kind of stuff. So about year 8, my grant was out, and this clinic picked up my position, and they decided, well, if we're going to pick up a position, we need her to bill. So then I had to go into their clinic, and I was taken away from the kids at the high school that really needed an inner city school, and I had to go in, and they would give me, I think it was 30-minute sessions and no time to do paperwork. And then they just said, well, you do your paperwork on no-shows. I'm like, oh, well, if we don't have it. So it's like 30 minutes, oh, okay, you gotta stop talking, you gotta stop crying now, you gotta go, and it's hard because I had the ability under a grant to do something so differently. But when in healthcare field, what you find, so a lot of people, when you can speak to these pain points, is you really don't get to do the full care your heart would desire. And so I was lucky I got to for a good full 8 years. But when it switched, that's when my quality of my job, and I wanted to quit. And in fact, let's see, that was that year. I did that whole year of going over to the clinic and billing, and then I had a little bit of freedom to actually work with the kids at the high school. And then in April, that following school year, they sent me an email and said, finish out the school year, and then we're pulling you, we want you full-time at the clinic. And I'm like, oh, and working with adults, which is not my forte either, it was teenies. So I was just, that wasn't why I got in here, just to sit in an office, do 30 minutes and bill, and so that was hard. So when you're talking with anybody in the healthcare field, or for those of you in the healthcare field considering to build a business, why did you get into the career in the first place? To really serve people. And looking at how building a business with doTERRA can allow you to do that as a partnership. Okay, third secret. Confidence in that who you are, your unique experience and expertise are needed by countless people outside of your little, window with no, your office with no windows type of a thing. So outside of your clinic. And that there's people already searching for those expertise. So kind of like you said, that credibility, being able to speak to a larger audience and understand, like, for example, the brain, or, gut health, and other doctors that have other expertise that just from the body that we don't understand. Okay, so I'm coming back here. Okay, so this is something even for you. So I want you to kind of write these 3 questions down. When you working with someone in the healthcare field or for yourself, finding your niche, what really drives you? And these are 3 questions I ask people. Number 1, what are you good at? Maybe some of you are really good at one-on-one. Maybe some of you are good at speaking in a group. Maybe some of you are good at writing and producing material. Maybe some of you are really good at teaching, or you may be really good at learning. So kind of figure out, what are you really good at? Number 2, what are you passionate about? And this might be, maybe it's humanitarian work. Maybe it's helping people shift, within their emotions. I love working with teens. That's something I'm passionate about, and I'm good at it. And I love seeing them shift from hopelessness to hope. I think that's probably the biggest thing that drives me, is helping that shift. Because if we can just shift that, then anything else is possible. Number 3, what do you have experience in? Trusting that, like, even the smallest job when you were 16, that led you to another job when you were 18, and led you, like, I like to do a big brainstorm on a piece of paper and just write down all these things you have experience in, all the things you're passionate about, all the things that you're good at. What's cool about the niche, and for healthcare, if you're talking to healthcare workers, this is something you can use with them, but there's no signature on this planet that makes that replaces you. Like, what makes you up is completely unique. Completely. And you're the only person that can reach certain people too. So I think it's important to kind of look at what's your niche. How do you want to build your business? Who do you want to serve? I know a lot of times we look at, well, I'll work with anybody. But really, who are you good at working with? That's the question. So I realized early on, I love speaking about neuroscience. So I want to work with other medical professionals where I can speak about the medical science. I'm also good at breaking medical science down to a basic, and I love doing that. I think that's really fun. So looking at those great talents that you have and putting them into your business. Okay, any questions on that? That's a fun exercise to do if you haven't already. Okay, now let's go into service mindset and sticking with authenticity. I don't know about you guys, but for a lot of people, all of a sudden shifting from, I offer a service and then the billing department does, the billing, I do my notes. So all of a sudden having to take people's credit cards. How many of you guys, that was a little weird? Yeah, you can admit it. I'm admitting it. It was a little weird for me. I was like, okay. And I have a lot of people who are like, well, I just don't want to charge them. I'm like, then do you want to buy their oils for them? Like, we do have to get understanding that they're purchasing products that will benefit them. So this was something a little weird for me after being where I would see the kids, I wouldn't, it would bill the insurance. I wouldn't even take the kids' money. So I didn't do a lot with money exchange. My throat, sorry. So I think I need a drink, just one sec. So helping, when you want to bring on healthcare professionals, this is something that may come up, that sales, and it may not, but it may come up that it's a little uncomfortable, and helping them shift in a way that realizing that sales is a service. They're offering that service, and you got into your business to offer even a higher level of service. I think for me it was hard because I had worked with a lower income population at the high school, and I didn't build my business. We'll go into this in a minute. I didn't build my business with the population I worked with, and I think what was hard is I wanted to, but it wasn't. It was kiddos and families on lower income. They weren't ready or able to purchase the oils,
And that was a shift for me. So if you can kind of understand, like, when you're working with healthcare professionals, with that shift of, well, I'm serving this population and they can't buy it, so I have to go shift to a different population. So what I recommend, let me see, I just don't remember what my next slide is, and I don't want to, oh yeah, that is my next slide. Okay, I don't want to go too much into it. One thing I have learned is the more I was able to build my business with those who are ready to purchase, right? I was able to earn more and get more product that I could give away to those populations that I knew needed them and weren't able to purchase them. So we, at the high school I worked at, they do this health clinic, like a free health clinic day. And I got to set up an aromatherapy clinic, little table in there, with Virginia, I don't think she's here yet, as therapists, and we just sat there with people and we were able to give them oils and give them tons of samples, and the homeless were coming into. That was amazing. And we got to work with another facility downtown San Diego with homeless population, and we were able to just give a whole bunch of products away through what my business had been able to produce. So I know this will help you as you're thinking in your business, but also as you're talking with healthcare providers, you can kind of see, like, how to help them shift from what they're serving and to how they can serve with their expertise maybe in a different population. So, and this is what I want to go into here. So, certain healthcare disciplines. How many of you guys have ever talked to like a therapist and they're like, I can't sell to my clients? Yeah, right? We can't, and it's against our ethics. Other board certified, professionals probably can't either. I can only speak from, therapists, but it is against our licensure. So, which is why I would do, I started doing things like in the community. I started building with friends that I knew, from people from church, people from work, and from that is where I built my business. I never built with clients. And so as you're working with healthcare professionals, they're like, well, I can't sell this to clients. Again, acupuncturists, I believe they can. Other people who sell supplements can, but therapists we can't. So I encourage them to build their business to expand their market. And what that looks like for me, I'll give you some ideas, but I work with a whole bunch of therapists. So I enrolled all the therapists in my office. One of them is a platinum and joined me in the business. Another one actually is a gold, and she joined me in the business too. What else did I do? I was just going to say something in my head. Oh, I sought for opportunities to speak at different things. This community health food store, I used to do once a month little things on mental health and aromatherapy. And then I did, through connections, I would speak at other clinics. And I spoke at Children's Hospital, their grand rounds. I just looked for opportunities that I could speak about the topic, not doing necessarily sales at these. Some of them I did if it was allowed, but like at the grand rounds I didn't. That was different. And so I was looking for opportunities I could just share knowledge. In fact, I'll tell you a funny story. This is at Children's Hospital, San Diego. And Virginia and I are presenting about aromatherapy in the brain. And I mean, there's mostly, there's clinical mental health therapists, psychologists, nurses, and then there's neurologists. Everybody in the mental health clinic in the entire hospital are there, right? And everybody's just like loving it. They're asking for this information. They're very interested, except for like one dude on the front row. He's just like this neurologist. And so it was kind of funny. I just had to let him be his, 80-year-old self. But anyway, so I want to stop here for a second and ask if you have any questions on approaching mental health or medical field personnel and with building a business. I want to make sure I cover all of this. So tell me some questions. Let's have a little Q&A for a minute. Yeah?
Well, what if you're not a mental health professional? How do you approach, say, a
Okay. If you're not a health professional, how do you approach one? Good question. Is that similar, or do you have another? Yeah. Do it for them. late. Okay. So this is a good question. How do you approach them? So this approach is going to be effective with a lot of people. But this is the approach where you lean on someone else as the expert. And what you don't even have to try to convince them yourself, right? So what you say is, oh, I just heard this doctor of, let's just use myself, right? Doctor of psychology speak, and she did it in dissertation and published on PTSD and aromatherapy. I thought that would interest you, because I know how much you're into like anything new age, you know, or anything holistic or something. So take it outside of yourself. You do not have to teach them this stuff. What happens if you do try to teach someone who like thinks they're more educated, right? What happens? Well, I know more than you do, right? And so it's like with our parents, like, well, my mom doesn't know more than I do, but really she does, right? So sometimes. So point being, if you can take it from you, outside of you, right, and take it from a source that they would understand and relate to, you're going to help them move further than if you were going to try to teach them it yourself. So that's number one. Yeah.
Have the study
Oh.
to hand them?
I don't know who's talking for some reason. Oh.
Do we, in that case, the study
Yes, so.
PTSD, do you hand them the study?
Yeah, that's what I recommend. So what I would recommend, so I know there's some of the material back there that could be helpful. So the book, I don't know, are we out of the book? Did it sell out already? Okay, sorry. Book you can order online. That is my dissertation. So it's not like a coffee table book. Just I have a lot of people like, this is hard to read. I'm like, it's a dissertation. Yes, I just basically just published the whole dissertation. So that's a big book. I probably, if you want to get that, I would highlight a couple things in it, turn the page over, and say, just read this page and give it back to me. So that's one way. Another way is you could print off the research. My research article, I can give you the information, is coming out in the, I don't even know, the American Journal of Qualitative Research. And it's called, American Journal of Qualitative Research. And we switched the title around, so I have to try to remember it. It's the use of bergamot, essential oil, and PTSD symptomology. It's going to be published in November. The use of bergamot, essential oil, and PTSD symptomology. And it's under my name, Dr. Danielle Ray Daniel. Okay, yeah. You want me to go into my research? Okay, cool. So to finish this question, then I'll go into the research. So I would recommend, and it doesn't have to be mine. There are a lot of great articles out there, but printing it and showing it to them, send them a link. So a research article. So the dissertation in the book is long. It's like everything. Okay. The research article is everything condensed down, which is great. So that's a good thing to send people as a resource. And so what you would just say is, I like the word, I think I got this from Elise Sheddery, but I just found this research article. You know, it's not like I've been trying to figure out how to get you, you know. So I just heard about this research article. I totally thought it was up your alley. Tell me what you think. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So that's one way to approach people to get them to listen and see the research. The next way that you would help people segue in is take them to an event. So back to my story. So my best friend Kirsten had began the business and kept saying to me, you gotta do the business. And I couldn't make that equation of, but I do mental health. How do I do an oil business, you know? And I went to, well, she had moved to Vegas at the time. She used to live in San Diego with me. And she moved to Vegas and she's like, I'm coming in town, which town to her meant LA, which, you know, is far from San Diego, but she said, I'm coming to LA and doTERRA's gonna do this meeting, but you can just come hang out with me. So she got me just to do something together as friends, right? And we're best friends, of course, and we'll go out to dinner and we'll just go to this little event during the day. So getting people to, whatever it takes, right?
getting people to a credible event. So I went to this doTERRA event, and what does doTERRA do well? They present research. They're speaking my language. I'm like, oh. And that's actually the moment that I was like, I'm gonna do my dissertation research on this. So getting them something outside, and then getting them to some event that they can hear a credible speaker, or a little video. Maybe Dr. O or Dr. Riggs has a video that you can follow up with it. Okay? So that's one of the best approaches for mental health professionals, or just medical professionals. Any other questions on approaching before I go into my dissertation? Just let's see the next slide.
I have a thought.
Yeah, please, Kristen.
The results that I've had is relationship. It wasn't like I was cold calling the medical professions. Like you just said, that there's a relationship with someone who has a relationship, or it's my personal someone. But I feel like I've enrolled a nurse who then had a connection at the hospital, who got me in with the CEO, who then got me in with the staff class. Like it wasn't me going to the hospital saying, hey, I got these oils. Yeah. It was somebody who it was finding the connections.
Yeah. I love that. So I'll kind of paraphrase for this. So she's saying, utilizing those relationships, those connections that have the connections. Yeah, even me, I didn't work at Children's Hospital. Virginia did. And so she got me in touch with the person who runs the grand rounds. And they interviewed me, and they're like, yeah, we want you to come and speak. So yes, use those connections, and even with those connections, you can show them, hey, this is legit information. Here's some research you can look at and take it to them, see if they'd be willing. Yeah, great idea. Someone else had a hand. Yeah.
So therapists cannot sell to their clients.
No.
But you said that you enrolled several of your therapist friends. Are you able to refer them to your friend to purchase the oils that they've now fallen in love with in a session?
Good question. Technically, within my license, absolutely not. I would say it's great, well, because my therapists are now they're in my organization. So then they would enroll, and I would have my, therapy clients in my organization making money off of them. So no. I know that, and again, some people in their practices can make different decisions. For my California license, I never did, and I wouldn't because of that. And I also worked with, it was different too, it was easier for me. I worked in a low income, population. So what I did was do things that I could give back to give for free, which isn't sustainable for them at some point. I mean, I don't still give free oils to them today, so where are they purchasing their oils? But the thing that's okay to do is to refer them out to a different team. That's a better area in a sense, not black and white, but refer them to a different team, and I have done that before.
Because you do want them to have access
Yes.
to the ability to purchase them.
Yeah. And I don't know if nurses and doctors have the same, but just therapy, the reason, and I'll tell you what therapists do. You are in an emotional connection, and you are developing this relationship of trust with someone to open up their entire heart. You have a lot of clout and a lot of sway, and that trust is, you cannot violate that. And we could lose our license, so yeah. Okay, any other questions on that? And then I'll go into your, yeah? Is it time? Yeah, okay. Sorry, what?
Do you have time for one more quick one?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. Are we time? Okay. Okay.
And then everyone else has to find her on social media to follow Danielle and ask your questions.
Yeah, that'd be great.
The only thing I was going to say is that my doctor asked me what was I doing, and when I listed out all the supplements and all the oils, she was just like, I don't know anything about that, I didn't study that, I don't know it.
Yeah.
And so couldn't,
So she said her doctor, she listed all the oils and supplements, and her doctor said, I don't even know what to tell you about this. So this is a good avenue. You can say, yeah, I totally understand. Would it be okay if I bring you in some information? It's a good in. So lastly, I'll wrap up really quick here with this. In my dissertation, I'll just kind of overview what we found. PTSD is phenomenal. It lowered flashbacks, it lowered their stress, it lowered anxiety, it increased sleep, and it increased attention, focus and attention. It was awesome. So that's just a little synopsis, but if you, in the book, you can see more. And I actually have a certification and coaching program where I go through all of this content with you guys on stress and trauma, memory, learning, focus, attention, gut-brain access, suicide.
Can you provide the
Yep. You don't want me here? Just kidding. Hopefully. Yes, yeah. This is it right here. This will be the link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's that.
Thank you so much.
Danielle, your books are in the back as well, right?
They're sold out. This book's sold out, but you can get it online. You can get it at Your Old Tools or on my website, brainessentials.com. Yeah, for sure. So, anyway, good luck. I know, like, I just kind of will wrap up with my story. I'm sorry, I get to. I noticed for me, I was in burnout. I noticed for me, they were taking me and making me do a whole bunch of billing and less quality. I wanted to do something bigger. I wanted to do something more. And so, all of a sudden, after all these seeds had been planted for me, it came a moment where I was actually sitting at at a swimming pool with my sister, and I just went, I'm going to do doTERRA. This is exactly what I want. I want to utilize my expertise globally to help people make holistic decisions and not have to be tied to any bureaucratic system. So I'm not alone in that with the healthcare field. There are so many people who feel that way, are tired, and they want to build a business. And how do you do it? And essential oils allow you to stay within your niche in any healthcare field because it's healthcare. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, I know that a lot of people still have questions for Danielle. So, Danielle, will you do another call with Steve so people can get on and ask questions?
Like a live one, yeah.
A live one, yeah. Okay.
Yep,
And are you guys signed up to get calls with Steve? He interviews a lot of different professionals. If you're not, go talk to Steve. Do you have a QR code you can throw up later? You'll send a link out? Okay.
And
so he'll send a link
give my
out
Instagram,
regarding
I
his
do stuff
calls.
too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then go follow
Perfect.
Danielle on Instagram. So thank you, Danielle, very much. Thank you. So I'm not sure anyone doesn't have PTSD after the last few years. If you don't, good for you. You're one of the few. So the next speaker is a dear friend of mine, Lisa Zimmer. So of Lisa Zimmer Biz Tips, if you guys follow her there. I know a lot of us do. And then the creator of the trifolds. So if you guys have been using the trifolds, Lisa's the one that created all of that, and her brilliant son Jackson. So Lisa, coming up here. Lisa's a blue diamond in doTERRA. We both have sons named Jackson. They're both 19, and they are so amazing. They're both just amazing kids, but totally different. They're not kids; they're adults.
I know.
I'm like, that ages us a lot. So.
Kids forever.
Oh, you don't need this.
I need
because you're like me. But I will help you. Thank you. Put this back behind you.
Okay.
And you can do that part up there.
Okay. Just clip it on here.
Is that okay there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Is that in a good spot? Get my hair out of it. Okay. All right. For those of you that have followed me for a little bit, you'll know that I am not a preparer or planner of presentations anymore. So I attempted, and today I was so inspired by some things that happened that I scrapped my entire presentation, and we're gonna go with how I became inspired today unexpectedly. So I'm Lisa Zimmer. I'm a doTERRA Blue Diamond. I'm gonna cheat and use my phone because I didn't have time for a lot of this stuff to sink in, so I'm gonna do a little cheating here, all right? So I always present myself. One thing I wanna teach everybody to do or get you to do today is be able to introduce yourself to strangers in like 2 sentences and get the point across of what you do. Because when we get into doTERRA, we get so excited to talk about what we do. We get so nervous when we actually have a good opportunity that it goes out the window and we're not ready. I want it to be so simple that you don't even think about it. So every time I go to introduce myself to someone or I start my live video, it's, hey, I'm Lisa Zimmer. I'm a doTERRA Blue Diamond. All that means to you is I love to help people learn about doTERRA products because they saved my life and I would like to help you with yours. Or something along those lines, right? Does that pique their interest? Yeah, all right. So we have to be good business people to open up conversation and get started. That is not what I'm gonna talk about today. I'm gonna talk about something completely different,
because you can learn about all these regular business building tips. My strengths are systems and processes, learning how to find your words and your way to present the doTERRA oil use opportunity to get customers, and the doTERRA way to build a business. You can go to Lisa Zimmer Essential Oils Biz Tips Facebook group to do that. It has 32,000 doTERRA wellness advocate builders in there. I only have 2,000 people on my whole team, right? So that is where you go to learn about the business, all free, right? See, 6 years worth of trainings in there for free. You can go to my YouTube channel, Lisa Zimmer, to learn about business trainings and tips. Come to these events, follow Danielle, right? Follow all these leaders. Second, I wanna apologize to the other presenters today for not being here to support them. I had to make a very challenging choice today, and this is what led to my presentation. So I'm a rule follower, and we like to be here to support the other presenters, of course, right? I am staying with Jeanette in her family home. And I met her parents yesterday, and they have been inspiring me since I walked in the front door. I had a choice this morning to follow the rules, and not rules, but right, suggested, right, support your fellow presenters, or sit around the kitchen table and visit with some new people that came into my life that inspired me and made me feel alive again. So the last few years, a lot of you follow me, so you know it's been very challenging, right? Recently divorced, right before my 50th birthday, moved to a different state, starting over, so many things. Mom had a heart attack, a stroke, so many things. And I like to take care of people and solve problems. That's why I got to Blue Diamond in doTERRA, right? I started to feel a little dead inside from taking care of everyone else. And I sat at that table today and I listened to these amazing people who live a life different than mine, but it's a natural, healthy lifestyle. They do good things for other people. If anyone's been around Jackson, Jeanette's son, he is pure joy. If I could just 24/7 live with Jeanette and Jackson and hang around Jackson all day, I would never have a care in the world. He lights me up and brings me joy. I chose that today. So today's presentation is not about building your business. It's about becoming alive again and how we need to do that. How we need to be inspired to wake up every day and be excited about our life, not just doTERRA. My life became over 9.5 years all about doTERRA and serving my 2,000 customers and serving 32,000 doTERRA builders and trying to serve until I forgot about the joys of life. So I encourage you to, I'm gonna come back to my notes here so I don't get too excited, right? So one of the things that Jeanette and I talked about a little bit ago is the difference between fulfillment and success. So raise your hand if you wanna be successful. Right? Raise your hand if you wanna be successful. Raise your hand if you feel fulfilled. Higher, higher, higher. Fulfillment is the ultimate success. I reached Blue Diamond. Never thought I would. If you don't know my background story, super simple. I took a prescription drug in 2011. I ended up with brain damage within 5 days in a wheelchair and was disabled for 3 years. Someone introduced me to oils. 3 months later, I was better, saved my life, and was inspired to do doTERRA and took off. And nothing was gonna stop me, right? I reached Blue Diamond. I thought I was fulfilled, right? Now, I have not maintained Blue Diamond because of life changes, the pandemic, etc. And I started grading myself. And then I felt like a failure. And then my marriage fell apart, and I felt like a failure. And then now I'm thinking, where is my fulfillment? Little by little, I'm finding it by talking to other people is people. Someone mentioned, Tasha had a great part of her presentation about talking to the customer, about them and focusing on the customer. 100%. When you have an opportunity to talk to someone, Jeanette's parents, someone on the airplane who also is in doTERRA, and there's no opportunity to make money off of them, spend as much time doing that for personal fulfillment as you focus and do it for your business. We have got to find the balance in life, or you're gonna end up 51 or whatever and feel dead inside, right? We need to be inspired in order to share our business in a healthy, positive way where we're not checking off the boxes. What's our retention rate? Did we close that sale? Blah, 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 blah. Get lit up by fulfilling people's needs, right? We're solutions providers, and we talk about that. But how can we do it well if we aren't filled with joy to talk about it, right? Stories sell, facts tell, right? Did I say that right? Right, I always mix them up. Okay, so find personal stories to share with people about your oils, about the doTERRA business, right? I can't go to people. People are not going to join just to make money and do the business. But if I can tell people that almost all of my friends that show up in my life every day now are in the doTERRA community, who doesn't want to be a part of that? People are so sad right now and lost from what we've been through for the last 3 years. Danielle mentioned it. It's not just healthcare providers and medical professionals that are sad and not sure what they want to do with their life. It's almost every single person that we encounter, right? Okay, I want to share a couple of tidbits that have happened in the literally last 24 hours, right? So, one of the things I want you to do today, action items. Number 1, I want you to be able to present yourself in the simplest way, like I just did. It doesn't have to be rank, right? Remember, these are complete strangers. Someone you meet on an airplane, someone you're standing in line with at the bank. They don't care what a blue diamond is, right? This is how I present myself on my videos for other customers that are already in doTERRA or other whatever, right? I'm an essential oil enthusiast. I'm a health educator. Whatever term you feel comfortable with, use in 2 or 3 sentences. That's it, 2 or 3 sentences. Tell them what you do. Figure out how to say it. Get a buddy over the next couple days. Practice it. Get thrown under the bus and, do the role playing, right? That's when we really start to shine and things start to sink in, is when you do it. Don't just write it on paper. You're not going to remember, right? Even like my notes in the presentation, you're not going to remember. You have to practice it, practice it, practice it, so you can do it with your eyes closed. So that's action item 1. Action item number 2. I want you to start making a list. I got this from Danielle today, right? Just right before the presentation. That's why I made presentations. If I showed you my PowerPoints or what I wrote out, you'd be like, every time you present, it has absolutely nothing to do with the presentation. I literally learned from all the people around me, right? She was talking about niche, however you want to say it, and everything you've ever done in your life has led you up to this point, and I think she was talking about skill sets. I want you, this was my first presentation that I wrote, how challenges level us up. Challenges level us up. I got to be a great doTERRA wellness advocate because I had become disabled with brain damage, right? Because when those oils worked for me, was any naysayer going to be able to stop me? No. I have goosebumps. It's been 9.5 years. No naysayer, rude person, witchcraft, right? I've been at classes where a husband drew on the chalkboard, "Welcome, witch." It was awesome. At first you're like, seriously? Did you really disrespect me like that? And within seconds I'm like, you're so going down. Right? I love a challenge. We have two choices when challenges present themselves. What are they?
Sink or swim.
Sink or swim. There are so many people that have been disabled, sadly, by the prescription drug that I took, who choose not to swim. It is a choice. I was in so much pain. Most of you know this, right? How many days? Anybody? You get a free bubble diffuser if you know, right? Does anyone know how many days? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know. Marianne.
I think it was
1,000 days. Just got a bubble diffuser. Hopefully I don't run out by the time this week is over. Message me and say, hey, I want a bubble diffuser. 1,000 days I begged to die and to go to heaven so that I would not have to suffer from the amount of pain I was in, right? I chose to swim. I wasn't 100% in 3 months with the oils. I was enough to dog paddle. And I kept going. I had so many challenges I won't tell you, right? Because there's plenty of videos and some I don't even disclose the number of challenges, okay? Right, sink or swim. Right, so many challenges. I woke up at 2:41 the night before I had to get up and fly here. I don't even know what today is, so, right? And I had to be up at 5 a.m. Something woke me up at 2:41. So I want to tell you, the universe, whether it's religion or whatever you believe in, trust it. Trust it. At 2:41, I woke up having no idea what I was going to present on. And I had to get on a plane at 5 a.m. For some reason, of course I had to pee, right, at 2:41 a.m. I had a hot flash, that woke me up, then I had to pee. Then I saw neroli on my counter and I rolled it. And I laid back in bed. And all of a sudden, everything just started coming to me out of nowhere. It was the neroli. And I started thinking about all the challenges I've had in my life, all the way back to, right, super deep. I've been taking tons of therapy since divorce. Our core beliefs are developed in us from age 0 to 2. You cannot control that. So I have a core belief, discovered through therapy, that as an unplanned pregnancy, and my parents were very busy. They already had 2 older children. I was left alone a lot. Times were different. My parents are amazing, but my core belief is that I'm not important, right? Okay, so everything I go through, every challenge I go through, I always think it's because I'm not important to other people, right? So I start going back through, and every job I've ever had, I've been dismissed and been told I'm not important, right? My first job out of college, anytime I had a suggestion, because I am the systems and processes, my brain just works that way, shh, you just started here. You're just out of college. You need to get back to work. I leave that company, my friends call me and say, you're never gonna believe what they implemented, right? Your systems and processes. Next job, I go somewhere else. I get hired by a woman. I'm like, I'm only gonna work for women from now on, right? That was my mindset. Next job, work for a woman. The president of the company assaults me after a Christmas party, and I get fired. Best thing that ever happened to me, I started my own business as a realtor. I learned how to run a business by myself. Super stressful, end up not being able to take it anymore. Not by choice, I took the prescription drug that put me in a wheelchair, brain damage. Every single challenge has helped me level up. So your action item is to sit down and start writing them out. When I did that, I was able to let go of the anger towards the gentleman who assaulted me, right? I was able to let go of the anger because every single time I leveled up after. I learned something. I was able to take it to the next step. Not just the learning, but the core belief, little by little. I'm able to let that go. I'm able to let go of the power that I gave them. Why is this so important? This works in your business every stinking day. Every day. When you have a customer that you can't convince, right? When you have someone else, when you're doing the comparison is the thief of joy, right? When we start comparing ourselves to other leaders. You need to come back to that piece of paper that's telling you the real story, not the story that you make up in your head. And the real story is, look at what you've accomplished every single time you've had a challenge. You can write the positives, the negatives, write them all down, and keep going and keep coming back to that. Everyone always said, oh, journal, 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 it'll help you feel better. I get like a half a page one, and I find all these doTERRA notebooks over 9.5 years. Page one has awesome notes, and then the notebook's never to be found again. Who else does that, right? Everyone. This is gonna be your new notebook, right? This is gonna be your new notebook, and it's gonna be every single challenge, whether it's doTERRA in real life, and then sit there and think about it until you find a reason about how it helped you level up, all right? I have no idea how I'm doing on time. I got 5 minutes? Awesome. Okay, let's come back. I can talk forever on this stuff. Okay, so I got a super funny peppermint story, thanks to Danielle, right? Every time you listen to a new speaker, they can inspire you in ways you never thought, okay? I follow her on Facebook, but today's presentation, she started talking about peppermint. She is so right. Our peppermint is like no other. I did not have any idea because I don't remember the last time I sat where there was no other scent around, right? My house, people can smell the oils before they get to my front door. Like literally, I thought they were joking, right? I'm on an airplane yesterday, and the girl next to me, 20 years old, all of a sudden I couldn't help myself. I said, are you chewing gum or do you have a breath mint or something? Because it smells amazing. And she started laughing. She's like, no, it's the lady next to me. She's smelling something. And I look over and she's got a something up to her nose. And I said, what is that? And I was like, is that doTERRA peppermint? And she said it is. I'm like, wow, that smells so good. And she's like, oh, you know doTERRA? I said, well, yes, I do, right? And so I said, can I have that? It smells so good, right? So imagine someone who has smelled peppermint probably every day for 9.5 years, smelled it totally different, and I was so moved by it.
And who enrolled the 20-year-old?
The 20-year-old was not, oh. That's another good story. That's an inspiration story if I get time to fit it in. I'm going to try to make time to fit it in, right? So we all bonded. We all started making friends. We're all exchanged on Instagram now. We all have each other's contact info, right? And ironically, I did not think about enrolling the 20-year-old in doTERRA. That is going to happen. But, right? Because you just challenged me to do so.
I got bubbles of future, right?
Message me. It's Lisa Bonin Zimmer on Facebook. Message me, yes, and say I'm the one that challenged you to enroll the 20-year-old. All right? So this started yesterday, this whole like, Lisa, slow down. Get to know this 20-year-old girl. Get to know this doTERRA girl. Not to get her to follow me on Biz Tips or not to get her to follow me on Instagram. These were beautiful, kind young ladies. I want to inspire them, right? I want to know about them. So the 20-year-old I said, tell me about yourself. Her father passed away a year ago at 41. I said, honey, tell me about that. How are you doing? Most people would be so uncomfortable. I said, you know what? It is time for me to slow down and listen. I didn't have this fulfillment thing, right? Jeanette just put that in my head when we were talking. And I said, in the last 24 hours, Jeanette, I said, for the first time, I feel so fulfilled. I'm not where I want to be in doTERRA. I'm not where I want to be in my personal life. And for the first time ever, I got out of my crazy head about how everything had to be. And I said, I was just enjoying and being. So back to the 20-year-old, I said, we talked about all the things, her mom, all the things, the story. I said, by the time we were done, if there's one thing I could share with my 19-year-old son or anyone else on this planet about what you've been through and what you've learned from it, what would it be? So incredibly profound. Don't take life so seriously. Life's too short. That's a given, right? We knew that was coming. Travel. Don't worry about making money. You have your whole life to make money. Figure out what lights you up and brings you joy and get that in your life somehow. She travels with country stars, music stars. She loves photography, she loves country music, and she loves travel. So she's traveling with them, and she does the photography for the rock stars. So she was just on her way back home to Utah after touring for 2 weeks with some musicians that I've never heard of because I don't follow country music. But now I am. Now I will. Isn't that so profound? 20 years old. If I could give my 19-year-old son any gift, it would be that, because his mother has never been like that. The perfectionism, the wanting, not understanding core beliefs, letting go of those core beliefs that I had to be perfect, I had to be successful to be important, I had to look the prettiest to be important, right? None of those things are important. I learned by putting my doTERRA business training aside for a few seconds and getting to know a couple of young ladies on the airplane. Then I walk into Jeanette's parents' house and I meet two people. I don't even know how old Jeanette's parents are, right? I have no idea. From completely different era. And taking the time to sit and visit and learn from them. And today, the reason that I was not here any earlier, I was inspired once I started opening my mind to looking around and looking for inspiration. I was inspired in every room of their house. So they had these incredible gigantic pots and this gigantic wooden spoon where they have smoothie parties. They're into natural health and wellness like no one I have ever seen. So incredibly inspiring and educational. They have smoothie parties, people bring stuff, they put them all in these pots, they mix it all up with this wooden spoon. I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot we had smoothies. I'm gonna go back home and have smoothie parties. We did it at a workshop when smoothies came out, right? We're excited when the stuff first comes out, but then not after that. I'm like, I'm going home and having a smoothie party. Then I go get ready in the bathroom and there's something on the counter that says this product, whatever it was, is made with natural plant extracts. I have to talk about this really quick, I'm so sorry. I did a post last week about products coming out for seasonal preparedness, blah, 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 and said it's not essential oils. It blew up. Okay, why did I do that post? It was for a couple things. The main reason I did that post is because I knew at convention this week, our PB Assist is gonna be tweaked, right? And be up-leveled in some way for the microbiome and gut health and immunity. I planted a seed. But I learned from that post to talk about not essential oils for a little bit. And I saw this bottle of lotion or whatever it was, plant extracts. I'm gonna talk about plant extracts. And I'm like, that's what I'm gonna call it. Instead of saying not essential oils, plant extracts. And now I'm inspired to do more posts and talk about my products as plant extracts. And then I go downstairs and her parents are talking about more amazing things, right? Go look for the inspiration that's gonna make you excited to get up and share and serve again. That's it, that's all I got. I don't like it very much. And make sure you start every class with peppermint.
So I want to encourage you to go on to Lisa's social media, message her, tell her how awesome she was. So speaking of awesome, I get the opportunity to introduce Kristen Van Wey. So I met her in Connecticut at another event a couple months ago, and I really wanted to have her speak at today's convention event. So without further ado, Kristen Van Wey.
Hey, hi everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Steve, and everyone who's been a part of putting this event together. It's amazing what we can do together. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So, how do I do it?
Remember the side button if it feels natural.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can see with without my glasses. We'll see. Well, first off, I caught Danielle and I caught Lisa's presentation, and aren't they amazing? I have learned so much from my cross-team sisters and brothers in doTERRA. I am so grateful for the caliber of people that this company attracts. So let's give them a clap again, because you know what, they're awesome. And I too learn by listening. Every single time someone speaks, I try to find the one thing that I'm gonna remember. And I remember when I was brand new in doTERRA, and I was brand new and I heard Dr. Daniel speak, and she really inspired me, and I actually called her. It was a lot earlier in the days, and I was able to call her, and that really touched me that she took the time. I was working in Sandy Hook after the school shootings there, and she took the time to really brainstorm with me. We got a really good conversation. I always appreciate that about the doTERRA leaders, that they take the time to listen, to be inspired. And I really appreciate everything Lisa says, because haven't we all been in that place? And we are all hard on ourselves at times. Well, most people are hard on themselves at times. And so I think it's really important to take the time to really value who you are. I too contemplated what I was going to speak about today, because we want to provide tools for ourselves and you about how to grow our businesses in a way that's very fulfilling. And one of the topics that I deeply wanted to talk to you about was a lot of what Lisa was talking about, being fulfilled. And so I'm going to slip a little bit of that in there. If any of you are interested in my topic, you can I'm going to give you a folder. I'll drop some information on some classes that I'm going to be teaching on the topic of knowing who you are in the way that you build your business. How do you get aligned with your purpose? And how do we echo that out into the teams we're building? Because building a doTERRA business from a lack of integrity or authenticity, when you're trying to lean on somebody else's approach, doesn't work forever. It can get us to a certain place, but there's a timing in our lives that we need to reach in deep to who we are and have a relationship with that part of us that's very on fire and alive with life. And that's where the fulfillment comes. When it becomes checklists and it becomes all the to-dos, then you forget the to-bes. And so today I'm going to talk a lot about that. But let me introduce myself, because I don't recognize a lot of faces in here. Just so you know, I don't have my notes on the side of this, and that would be super awesome if I did, but if not, we'll wing it. But I'm a doTERRA Wellness Advocate leader, just like you are. And doTERRA, being a doTERRA leader is something that you come into this business from day one. It's a mindset. You come in as a leader. I don't know if it was Lisa or if it was Danielle talking, but talking about like when you don't feel like you've been, quote, successful in your business, and how do you approach other people. And all of us start at the same place in doTERRA. We didn't start out as being a doTERRA Blue Diamond or a Diamond, right? We start as a leader with passion, and we find those things that we have expertise in, and we integrate the business into that. And so start where you are, and then be inspired, and stay authentic, and we'll go from there. But I have a background in humanitarian strategy and legacy advising. I'm also really grateful. I am a doTERRA, my highest rank is Blue Diamond, and I'm working my way back up to that. I have had, like the rest of you, I think we've had to learn about a relationship with ourselves and where we are, and to ask the right questions. Sometimes when you hit that rank of Diamond Plus, you start a different type of lifestyle, and you have to shift what your why is. You have to shift how you become a leader in your business, and you can't fake it anymore. Like, you can't do what you did just running. Then you have to settle in and find the fulfillment and find a new way to communicate with team and how you build. And so I think it's beautiful, and where we are is where we are today, and so that growth will continue to happen. I'm grateful that I had an opportunity to be the 2018 recipient of the Elevation Award, and that was a surprise to me, and it was a lot of fun to experience that special honor. And I'm also the founding director of Let's, which is a nonprofit with the, we are impacting in the communities. We are ending human trafficking, poverty, and abuse through the education that we provide in very rural communities, as well as right here in the United States and other developed countries. So that's what I get to do with my time, and that's the passions that I've developed. Today's discussion holds particular relevance for me. I am extremely passionate about what I'm going to talk about. I know that we can grow thriving doTERRA businesses while also giving back. We can have profound impact on the world through our doTERRA businesses. I'm curious if any of you have thought about, let's raise your hand first. Have any of you come to doTERRA through philanthropy? Oh, this is such a perfect talk then. I started my doTERRA business with philanthropy. It was in Sandy Hook. I enrolled the day of the Sandy Hook tragedy. I immediately began sending teams within a month over to Haiti. And from there, I began a long journey of international education about health and wellness and the things that I was already doing for 20 plus years at that point. And so I started in philanthropy, and I've always built a team around service. It makes my heart sing. And so, have any of you ever thought about, how could I tie in philanthropy or healing hands? Is that an interest to any of you? Yeah? Who likes to serve? Would that make you feel good? Is that a little bit of fulfillment? Okay. So that's what we're going to talk about today, and I'm passionate about it, and I've done it, and it's what I continue to do and how I build my business. So I believe that by integrating service and by finding who you are and aligning to your truth, that you can bring that into your business in a way that Dr. Danielle even talked about your niche. By finding your niche, by getting aligned to your truth and what you feel is what you're going to give back, that's going to give you an opportunity to build a very powerful doTERRA business. So we're going to talk about what that can look like today, and we can create life's significance for ourselves, our sourcing supply chain. How would you like to be a part of that story? The people who create the oils that we know and love so much that you could actually impact your lives. Would that Would that be meaningful to you? How would it feel if you were actually a part of the process and knew about all these real-time stories that you could be telling people about that in truth? I remember it was very interesting because I love coming to convention. I'm here every year. I've been here every year. This is my 11th or 10th convention. And every time I come, I love Saturday. I love the stories about the impact we're having. It's interwoven into the whole thing of like how we make a difference across the world, not just with the people who grow our products in the sourcing chain, but with the people who live in the rural communities that they are in. So we're building hospitals, and I love those stories. But it's not enough for me to feel like I'm just hearing a story once a year. So I have learned, and that's what I'll share with you, how to integrate these stories into the very fiber of how you talk and how you choose to build. Service is the key to prosperity, and there is a difference between prosperity and wealth. We can make money, but that is not prosperity. Prosperity always has a leg of service. And of course, when we feel fulfilled, we want to share that light with other people. And we have a lot of light. We have a lot of talent in doTERRA. Let's begin by exploring some of the remarkable power of philanthropy and its potential to enhance your doTERRA journey and your business. So philanthropy isn't just about doing good in the world. Philanthropy is actually an integral part of a sustainable, successful, legacy-creating business model. I am so excited for what you guys are going to learn at convention. But being an impact advocate is important. A wellness advocate, that is what you do with your job. But being an impact advocate, that's who we are. We're creating impact, and not just on the ground in the rural communities. We're creating impact with our customers, with our team members. We're creating impact everywhere we touch our feet. We can create impact. So who feels like they have a strong business model? I'm just curious. Yes?
Well, I did a Healing Hands project that doTERRA donated $15,000 to. And so
Perfect.
it's an important, like I try to share that as much as I can.
That's perfect, and when we get a little further, I'll ask you more about that, because we are involved, even coming to convention. We can do the projects. We've got an Impact Advocate 25 Collective reception tonight to meet those of you who've been part of that. Tonight, we're going to meet the sourcing partners. And do we talk about that? Do we integrate these experiences that we're really touched by? Do you actually talk about it and bring it into the business and take it back to your teams in a significant way? Because we hear a lot of things. What are we taking back? So one of the things that Healing Hands shared with me is a study that they did. And this survey showed that wellness advocates who align their business with a cause tend to earn 33% higher commissions, attract 44% more enrollees, and they achieve 106% higher PV. Are those significant numbers? So wherever you are right now, what if you could increase your enrollments by 44%? What would your business look like? Just by integrating a cause in the way you talk and build your business. These are please take a picture of that slide, because if you know how to do that, those are really significant numbers for our business. I'll tell you, on my team, because I started with a cause, I led with and leaned into the cause. I also like to build, and I built very quickly, but I put more emphasis on the cause and the service aspect than I did on the business, to the point that we were almost afraid to talk about making money. We're making money, but that's not what we're like. You can make money, but that's not why we do it. Like we're apologizing somehow. We are in business to make money and to get results and to thrive, so that we can then do more good in the world. And as Danielle mentioned, I do the same thing with my international trips. Is as I began to go up in rank, I began to have more and more income so that I could have more and more oils to share. When I went to Haiti every 6 weeks, I had something to bring with me, where those first trips were pretty sparse. I was like, I'm trying to teach you, but smell the bottle, don't use it, you know. And now as we become more and more prosperous, we can share that with whatever we're passionate, you know, whatever causes that we're passionate about. We have an opportunity to share that with people. So these statistics underscore the compelling impact of philanthropy in your doTERRA business. So let's talk about that. I want to talk about 3 more studies because I want you to understand the importance of philanthropy in the marketplace. A study by Cone Communications found that 87% of consumers that they polled would purchase a product because a company advocated for an issue that they cared about. What are some of the, maybe jot down right now, what are some of the causes doTERRA cares about? There's a lot. What are the causes doTERRA cares about that you care about? Because that's where the magic meets. 87% of consumers would rather purchase from a company who has a cause that they believe in. And then if you look at that other statistic with the same one, it was that 76% of consumers refused to buy products if they found out a company supported an issue contrary to their beliefs. These are really important to know the people that you are working with. Know your target market very well. What are the causes you're important to so that you can start to draw those 87% of people that care about the same causes you care about, that care about the same causes that doTERRA cares about. This is just good business. And it ties into your passion, which makes it even sweeter. Another survey by Nielsen said that 66% of consumers are willing to pay more for sustainable products. Do we have a sustainable product model?
Yes.
We absolutely do. doTERRA is genius at sustainability. Sustainability meaning that those that even grow our products and distill our products, they have sustainable incomes. There are so many angles you can talk about sustainability. The way that we take care of our products, our trees, the way that they work with science and nature and, frankincense trees, for example. There's all kinds of ways that we are sustainable with our products, with the people, with our business model. So think about, make a list, obviously not right here, but take a note to just, what are the things that I'm passionate about, that doTERRA is passionate about, that the people that I would like to work with in my specific target market are passionate about? And find those cross points. Finally, a survey by Global Web Index found that 42% of consumers have actively shared a brand's social or environmental efforts on social media. This isn't even the products, which they always do, or often do rather. This is about the environmental or the sustainable social projects that we're involved in. So how do your customers know about what their products are? You're not the product, you're not doTERRA. People are buying you, they don't buy your what, that's Simon Sinek said that, right? How do they know what these environmental projects that doTERRA is doing? Do they know that doTERRA by the year 2030 will have a green footprint? They've been moving in that direction for many years, but how do your clients or your customers know? Do you as a team, as you're inspiring your team, do you know what these questions I just asked you, do you know what their answer to that is? What are your leaders and your builders and your customers passionate about so that you can start bringing and doing some research, bringing them information for them to post, for them to talk about in their circles, to get their community around them. I was recently on an event with Eric Worre, and he was talking about that every single person has the potential of referring the total of up to $100,000 per person, has that many referrals behind them. If you would find out what's important to them and talk to them in a language that they can hear. So these studies are very, very important, and They emphasize the importance of aligning your business with social impact and being social, responsible, ethical practices. I love this. Here is a whole new demographic of people coming to doTERRA very specifically for philanthropy. So this is a new friend of mine. Her name is Laura, and Laura kept her story. It really exemplifies this growing market of people who are seeking companies to combine impact with financial success, making money while doing the things they love. Lisa just talked about it, a young 20-year-old who is sharing stories about doing the things that light her up in her 20s and not waiting because you don't know what life is. What if you could build a business and do the things that you care about while giving back? I believe that a lot of people are feeling this urge right now, and a lot of people have a desire to make a difference. I don't know anybody who doesn't want to give back, who doesn't want to make the world a better place, but how do they do that? They need, just like a business model. I didn't come into doTERRA with understanding how to build a business. I wasn't necessarily an entrepreneur. I learned that's a skill set. But you're gonna find a whole new demographic of people when you start talking about philanthropy. You're gonna find that they are looking for you and looking for a map. And do we have a map in doTERRA on how to be successful? Of course we do. So this is very important, but her testimonial was beautiful. She said, I chose to make doTERRA my business because of the Healing Hands Foundation. I long to heal inequalities and stop injustices in the world. I cannot accept that so many people suffer when there are solutions to create real change. I deeply want to end or stop human trafficking. I want to make sure that nothing prevents girls from going to school, see everyone have access to clean water, and stop people from dying due to a lack of basic medical care. Hearing Seth Risenmay explain all the tangible impacts that are made through Healing Hands Foundation was a revelation to me. I realized that this company is creating huge change around the world in real time with regular people like me driving that change. For the first time in my life, I knew that I could do what I longed to do. And the fact that I could provide for my family at the same time, seriously what my dreams are made of. With doTERRA, I get to serve every day in my community, and that service ripples across the globe in ways that create generational change for families. I'm so honored to play a role in that environment. What do you guys think? How do you feel when you hear that testimony? Does that feel inspiring? Do you feel the same way? Have you ever sat down to write how you feel about that? That's one small way that you can start integrating philanthropy into your business. What are the things that you would like to see changed in the world, and how can you start talking about them and drawing to you the type of team that wants to co-create with you? Because a diamond isn't a diamond by herself or himself. A diamond is a team of 4 silvers who have 3 elites, who have plenty of customers, up to 3,000 in volume. And when you grow a network of people who are deeply passionate about a cause locally, and they integrate that into also the doTERRA aspect of it, you're gonna see the dial move in your own fulfillment and your own passion, and in the way that your team begins to expand, because there's something really exciting to talk about. I love her story, and I'm so grateful because she does show us that there is a whole demographic of people that we have not tapped into. They're not as inspired by health and the nutrition or the gut and the brain, and yeah, we all have emotions, but I've got my thing. But when you touch a point that they can hear and that they feel, you will move them. And when you move people, they move into action, and they create a plan of clarity with you, and then you build a very strong network. So as you start your philanthropic journey, it's really important to identify your unique gifts. And we have a lot of ways to do that in doTERRA, to find our talents, to find our passions. You can journal about it. There's a lot of ways that you can do that. But if you go into the resource tab and you're logged in your doTERRA account, you're gonna see a whole thing on Clifton Strength Finders. I personally, with my clients, use human design and gene keys to get very, very specific on different ways that you can help identifying how to get alignment with your passions. But it's really important for you to just journal and think about, what do I love? What am I passionate about? What causes light me up or fire me up? What are those things, those changes I want to make? Because your distinct qualities are your most important assets. And I'm curious, how many of you are using your most important assets as your main marketing point in your business? Are you selling oils and all your posts are just on oils? Or are you talking to the people's passion in your business? Because that's your magic. The oils aren't you. There's a million oil companies out there. You start talking about your passion, you're going to start drawing the people in who have those crossover passions with you, and then you start talking about the oils. For example, could you say, like for me, I go to Haiti often. I'm in the vetiver communities. I can talk about the people growing our products and do real-time videos of vetiver. You might not be able to do that, but could you talk about a co-impact sourcing trip? One that maybe you haven't gone on a co-impact sourcing trip, but could you talk about one that you'd like to go on and why that's important to you? There's just so many ways that you can do this, but tie in why you're passionate about that certain thing, and start talking about your unique qualities, your talents, and why that particular oil inspired you. You could talk about smelling that oil helped you while you were journaling about why you were finding your passions. Just make whatever is your truth up in there. I have a famous a quote by Richard Rudd, who is the originator of G&Ts, and I'm a guide with, and he said that in the tapestry of life, service is the golden thread that weaves together our purpose and our impact. It is the bridge that connects us to higher dimensions of consciousness. Service is not a duty, it's a privilege. It's the privilege of aligning our actions with our inner calling, of contributing to the greater good, and of experiencing the abundance that flows from a heart dedicated to service. So find your unique gifts and passions so that you can tie that into the oils and the things.
Pretty close.
Am I? Okay. So, great, perfect. So, I want to we're not going to take too long to pause right here, but one of the most important things I want you to do is reflect on your passions. I want you to take the time to actually journal about them, because if you do that, then you're going to be able to tie that in to how that aligns to doTERRA's philanthropy and how it aligns to your own service. Okay? And then what I'm going to do is I created a QR code for you, and I'll show you that in 1 second. But if you're ready to, how many of you guys want to infuse philanthropy into your business? Even if it's just minor things, you can add it in there. You saw those statistics, it's very powerful. So if you're ready to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some QR codes that will teach you step by step how to do that. And then you can then integrate this into your own personal business model and your brand, your team culture, the way that you teach, and know that you're going to create a very deep-rooted team through this. When you talk about superficial things, your team will be superficial. When you talk about the things that people find valuable and important and they want to make a difference, you talk about the things that you've experienced. Do you not? If you've had a challenge in your life and you've overcome it, do you not share that with other people? Of course, that's what we're here to do, is to expand our knowledge and our wisdom. So we're going to make a difference in the sourcing communities. So go ahead and take a screenshot of this, because it's going to take you to, I'll add some things to this if you're interested, because we don't have time to actually go over all of the steps in here. But I'm going to give you a list of practical steps of what you can do to go into philanthropy in your business. Everybody have that? No. Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you a practical handout on this, and then I'm going to give you 5 practical steps for how to integrate it into your marketing and social media and other ways that you're talking about your business. And I will drop in there, if this is interesting to you, my PowerPoint, if that's helpful for your teams. Would anybody like that? I'll even give you my talk if you want it. I want you guys to go out there and make a difference. I would also like to encourage you, wait for that last picture and I'll flip slides real quick. Okay, find me after and I'll give it to you. Okay, so we won't go through these, but you guys are gonna find them. We're gonna go, you're gonna have some written information on all these, but marketing tips, same as QR, so if you got a picture on the last one, this one is the same. And the marketing handout is gonna give you, again, 5 marketing tips on this, about storytelling, about showcasing philanthropy, some of the things we've talked about, adding in your own personal insights and cross-team, talking about passions with cross-team family members and up and down line and other people out in the market field that have passions the same as you do that aren't in doTERRA. And calls to action and how to do that in there. So there's just a little bit on there. And I hope that, just in closing here, that what you'll do is get very, very familiar with the doTERRA Healing Hands. There was supposed to be a QR code in there for you. I'll drop it into that file where you go to the Power of One. There is one Power of One QR code that takes you to a list of the 25 Collective and the Healing Hands and co-impact sourcing, all of the initiatives and programs.
It's at the bottom of the PDF.
It's at the bottom of the PDF, it's already there, okay? And I just want you to know that the 25 Collective is something that we can all do. It's the first time in doTERRA that both sides of the bottle can be connected with you. You are the bridge that connects both sides of the bottle. And so if you will take the time to go into your back office and you put code 2004 or 4004, 2004 into your LRP, it'll pop up $25. That is a $25 donation to the Healing Hands Foundation that makes you a part of the 25 Collective. There are a lot of benefits to that. You can read about it in the QR code in the handout. And one of the benefits, though, is that we are looking for 100,000 customers, doTERRA staff and business wellness advocates to donate $25 a month. That'll be $30 million a year. What can we do with pure funding? 100% of that funding going into our co-impact source communities. It's phenomenal. So thank you guys for all you do, and I appreciate the opportunity to share this message with you.
I want everyone to stand up really quick. Thank you, Kristen, very much. I appreciate it. Reach up, stretch, put your peppermint on, your wild orange, whatever you need to do. I didn't even know Stephanie was your sister, by the way. I was like, I love your sister. I pinched her butt. Yeah, she said you're welcome too. She said she liked it. So, sister Stephanie, if you guys know who Stephanie is, anyway, I love Stephanie. So, okay, I'm gonna hand it over to you. I just want everyone to stretch. Get your peppermint out. Drink some, take some, use some wild orange. Because I know it's late in the afternoon.
So I get the wonderful privilege of introducing the last speaker, but before I do that, I wanted to say, if you guys could, I'm gonna give you some kind of offer at the end here because I want to let you know that Your Oil Tools is doing something amazing, and I'll tell you after Haley gets to speak. But before I do that, I want to say I've known Haley for a while. Actually, we kind of, before when Your Oil Tools started, we actually went on kind of like a tour with her, went to New York and different places with Steve Bear, my old business partner. And so we had the opportunity of like starting our business in the beginning with Haley. So it's a great opportunity for me to introduce her today. So without further ado, Haley Hobson.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Alright, so it's like awful to be the last one of the day when you guys are like all tired. So either we're all gonna get an espresso right now or just jump up and down one more time for me. Everybody up and just jump up and down one more time so I can raise the energy in this room. I'm always like, put me first in the morning when everybody still wants to hear stuff. But I just flew in today, so I was like, put me last just in case my flight is late. Anyway, so when these guys reached out to me to speak, you know, one of the things that they always say, like, well, what do you want to teach about? And one of the things that I feel has been heavy on my heart is watching so many people who are telling me that they don't know what to do. Does that sound familiar to anybody in the room? Like, raise your hand if you're like kind of lost. It doesn't have to be all the time, but it could be sometimes. Like, you think you have all the things that you know what to do, but somehow they're just like not clicking and nothing is happening the way that you want to. And then we've had lots of little like punches in the gut from some of you maybe here as long as I have with FDA, and then people leaving in the company, and then leaders leaving, and then COVID, and like a 3-year pause on our businesses. And so who feels like, how do I get this going again? Or how do I start over? Like, how do I start over? So I decided to talk to you about one of my favorite topics right now, which is creating a vision and really tuning into and listening to what do I want? Because when you actually really tune in, there is a lot that gets uncovered. However, we're moving so fast through our lives with our kids and our families and just all of the things that are happening. So many things are coming at us that there isn't enough of a pause to actually get clarity. Does that resonate with any of you? I actually literally told my husband last week, I'm like, please, I gotta go to California for like a week to our house over there because I just need to think. And he's like, well, what do you need to think about? I'm like, I don't know yet. But when I came home, on my way home, I was calling him like, thank you. Like, these were all the downloads that I got from vision of where I wanted to go in multiple avenues of my life. So again, the power of vision is like knowing what you want, and then therefore you can get what you need, okay? So the question that I have is, or the question that I see, well, I guess I have it, is that people, I see people getting overwhelmed. And overwhelm is, to be honest, a lack of vision. It's a lack of knowing what you want, so your head starts spinning and you tell yourself a story that you don't know what to do. Which actually you should be breathing a huge sigh of relief right now, because every time you tell yourself, I'm overwhelmed, I don't know what to do, that's actually not the truth. You can be like, hey God, this isn't true, I can move on. Once you gain clarity, and please don't say like, well, I just don't know what I want. I don't know what you want either. I don't know what you want, but you do know what you want. You really do know what you want deep inside if you pause. I'll give you an example. I have a member of my downline that was supposed to come out here to convention, and you know, I could tell, because she hadn't bought her plane ticket as of 2 weeks ago, that she was like on the fence about whether, and she's, well, I don't know, I can listen online, I want to make an investment at a hotel in the area. And I was like, girl, it's the experience. You get to be here because of the experience, because so much happens in the experience. It gives you clarity of where to go. Anyway, long story short, I hung up the phone with her last week. I think she's buying her ticket. And then last night I'm like, I know she's not coming. And we hadn't talked. But when you're in the pause, you read a lot of energy that's happening around you, and you got a lot of clarity. It was no coincidence this morning she sent me a message, hey, I decided to do virtual. I'm like, of course you did. And then she said, I still have COVID. She had COVID. She's like, I'm still having all these symptoms. I'm like, did you ever buy your plane ticket? No. That's why you still have COVID. Because if you had purchased your ticket and you made a commitment to go, you would have actually set an intention for the COVID to go away and for you to be here. Are you guys, is this landing for you? Because when you are clear and say yes to something, then the paths open up for you around you. And when you start to tell yourself the story of I don't know, whether I should, what to do, back and forth in your analyzer brains, of course you can't find clarity. Of course you're living in overwhelm. Of course you're lost. You created it for yourself. You like friggin' manifested it for yourself. Congratulations, you're that powerful. All right? So you may not have a vision like right this second, but I promise you, if you sit with it, like find some quiet space and ask yourself, what's working in my life right now? And what's not working in my life right now, you will get closer to finding it. So again, when I was gone in California this week, I did a little bit of that. Like actually, you know what happened is I had a couple of what I call breakdowns, where they're like really kind of like, wow, I can't believe I just either said that or did that and created this chaos around me. And every time I have a breakdown, I'm like, oh, that sucks, it stings. I feel like a loser. I really feel like I'm a terrible person. And then I stop the self-beat up for a second and I go, oh, wait. Thank you for allowing me to break down, because what's next? Exactly, right? So even when you don't have the vision right this second, look at what's working and what's not working in your life, because it's where it's not working that you can actually do a little debrief with yourself and gain the clarity, which gives you the vision. Is that landing? Okay. So the things that I believe matter to most people are what? Relationships, health, and business. Well, it's usually like relationships, health, and money, right? Like there are three basic human needs, right? We want to be loved, we want to give love, we want to feel healthy in our mind, in our body, and we want to make money, right? So those are the things that you can start with. Take notes right now if you want to. Like, what matters to you? Sometimes what you think matters to you is actually not true. You're going through the motions on autopilot because you haven't stopped to take a peek. Or you haven't had that breakdown, or you haven't acknowledged the breakdown. You've just been in the self-beat up, and you haven't acknowledged the breakdown to go, wait a minute. Oh, this isn't working for me now. What are my priorities? And it's really interesting. I have people ask me all the time, like, well, I just don't know what my priorities should be. Well, the priorities are the things that are important to you. Like, what is important to you? Your priorities are probably totally different and similar to everybody else in the room. Relationships, health, and business, but what does that look like to you? I've had some really interesting revelations about myself over the last couple of years. Like what I thought really mattered to me, and I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't, but it was like hyper important. Money, rank, all of the things are not actually what drives my soul anymore. Like I still like having a nice paycheck come in, don't get me wrong, but it's not what I meant to do, is be a person who makes money. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I know I'm here for another reason. I'm here to transform lives. I'm here to help people break down to break through. And I would do that for free because it's that important to me. So once you realize what matters and what doesn't, same thing with my calendar. Like I have stripped it down. Sometimes I'm like, what is happening? I've worked 3 hours today. What should I do with myself? Where back in the day when I first started my business, it was like 14 hours a day. I was like grinding it out. My husband never saw me. But now I'm like, that isn't the priority to me anymore. The priority is I can't wait until my daughter gets home so I can spend time with her. I can't wait to like sit on her bed at night so she can kick me out or spill the tea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love that. And that wasn't what I loved in the beginning. I loved driving my business forward. And I'm not saying like I did anything wrong back then or I'm doing anything wrong now. It's just priorities change. So what is important to you? What matters to you? This is the definition of vision. So take a screenshot. Vision is the drive that gets you up in the morning. Like I said, I would do what I do without getting paid because I love it that much. Like somebody asked me a couple weeks ago, like, Haley, don't you sometimes have days where you're just like, you don't want to get out of bed? And I'm like, no. Like I love getting out of bed because I love my life. And I have fun. Like my husband's like, slow down. Like here she comes, like moving around. Like I can't wait to start my day because I like what I do. And I'm moving and I'm in action because I have a vision. And the vision is the thing that gets me up and it keeps me going until I put myself to bed at night. So the question that I want you guys to ask yourself, if you're just like trying to figure out like, what do I want to do? Is instead of thinking about the word do, what if you switched it to the word be? Who do I get to be in order to share what I get to share with the world? I thought, at least when I switched it over, it was a really big transition because I was in a doing mode all the time. And then now, when I show up, I'm not interested in what I'm doing. I'm interested in who I'm being to create the energy that I want to create in my life. Do you see the difference? If you're not getting the results you want in your life, I would encourage you to stop, look at what you're doing or not doing, and to ask yourself who you're being. Are you being a person who would get the results? You know, I had somebody on one of my Zooms this past week. I do a coaching circle. I call it every Monday. I think I'm going to give you a link to it so you can join it if you want to and just check it out at the end of this. It's like 99% doTERRA people that come. But I love coaching the transformational mindset. I don't want to talk to you about your comp plan because it doesn't matter. I don't want to talk to you about your rank because it doesn't matter. What matters is who you get to be to become the person who makes money. Who do you get to be to become the person who attracts enrollments into your life? So anyway, here's the story. So she's in the coaching circle. She's talking about this company that was going to enroll with her. And she'd been working on it for about a year. And then someone swooped in and enrolled them. And right there, we had a 40-minute conversation about not what she did to get the relationship to last a year and almost enroll them, not what she didn't do to have them go enroll with somebody else, but who was she being? Because how she was being in the room with me was an example of, I'm sure, how she is being everywhere. Because how you do something is how you do everything. How you do something, how you be somewhere, is how you be everywhere. So don't kid yourself and tell yourself, well, when I'm home, I do this. Except for your kids, when their teachers are like, wow, your daughter's like really nice. I'm like, really? She's not like, but with adults, it's different. Like, how you show up in one space is how you really show up everywhere. So, true transformation happens. I promise you, it happens when you shift your way of being, not how many things you're doing. Got it? Okay. So the question comes back again to what do I want? 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 And ask yourself over and over and over and over again until the answers come out of your subconscious. And you actually won't believe sometimes what comes up. Like I would sit there and I would journal it. What do I want? What do I want? I want to be rank of gold in my business. I want to have a date with my husband I want ice cream. Like whatever it is that you want, like just write it down, write it down, write it down, write it down. Because you will, from doing it, like just sit there for 20 minutes and do it, you will be surprised at the things that start to come up, because where your focus goes, exactly, okay? All right, so like I said to you guys before, like making a difference is what is important to me. And I think that we all get to know what drives us. And we all get to know what it is that has us show up and be the way that we are. And for me, it's like, yes, before I started doTERRA 10, 11, 12 years ago, I was in the health coaching space. And I had dealt with my health issues for a zillion years since I was a kid. And I went through life coaching certification and health coaching certification and built my business to presidential diamond and double presidential diamond and all the things. But like what really matters to me, like I said, I mean, look, I'm not gonna say like if somebody came to me now and was like, hey, I wanna go diamond in doTERRA, and I wrap my arms around them and help them go diamond, sure, like that. But what I really love doing is make a difference in somebody's life. It's not about the money that's coming into the bank account, although that is a difference. It's not about the rank. It's about like really transforming somebody, the way that somebody is showing up in their world so that they have a more connected relationship with their teenager, so that they have a more connected relationship with their spouse, so they're showing up and they're having fun in their life when they weren't having fun before, that they feel like they are vibing differently in the world. Like what's really important to me is making a difference, and I would do that all day long. So what is important to you? When you think about how you want to show up in your business, why? Why do you want to do it? What is important to you? You've heard people talk about why for 1,000 years, I'm sure. But why do people ask you about the why? It's because when you're doing and being a person who makes a difference in whatever way it is, you want to get out of bed in the morning, right? And sometimes you're doing things that you don't want to do. Like all of you are going through the motions somewhere in your life, somewhere in your business, and you're also saying things like, I can't do that right now. I don't think I can make that happen. I don't have time. Not true. It's not true. It's not true. You get to do whatever it is you want to do, and you get to stop doing whatever it is that's not really aligning with your vision. So I'm having this like heated debate with myself right now because I have a podcast that I've had for years and years and years. And all of a sudden over the last couple months, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it anymore. I don't know if it really matters to me anymore. Like it mattered to me at the time, and there's thousands and thousands of people who listen to it, but I don't know honestly if I care anymore. Because I don't know if it's really aligning with my vision right now, which is something else in the transformational leadership space. So are you posting once a day on Facebook because you have to? Or does it not matter? Do you see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things you're checking off your boxes because someone else is doing them and told you to. Or you were doing them 5 years ago and it worked, but it's not working anymore. Or you just think you have to do them because you've got this story going on since the time you were 8 years old that if you don't do it, something else is going to happen. I promise you won't die, okay? So what is it that you're not, like look at your calendar later, really. And what can you strip off the calendar so that you can be in alignment with who you get to be? This is where you get to trust. This is where you get to surrender. This is where you get to really believe hard in what matters to you. no matter what anybody else is saying, no matter what negative nillies are out there, no matter who doesn't believe in you, you get to believe in you. You get to believe in you. And when you have the trust in what you're doing and the belief in yourself and that it will work, I don't know how, but I don't have any proof, but I believe it will, and you go into committed action, that's when you get results. Trust, belief, committed action equals results. And it's not always going to be easy. Because we have so many stories that we've grown up with that are telling us why things can't happen or why we can't do things or why it should be a certain way. So that trust is not easy. It's actually sometimes really scary. Agreed? And it always works out. It's just that sometimes you're fighting it so badly because you think it's supposed to go one way, so you're fighting it and fighting it and fighting it, and you don't realize that if you just surrender, it's because it's actually supposed to be the other way, but you're not used to it yet. Does that make sense? Okay. So trust plus belief plus committed action doesn't only equal results, it actually equals freedom. And that's where I want you guys to go as you walk into this event for the next couple days. What's opening up for you? Where do you get to go? What do you get to believe in? What do you get to stop telling yourself? And then when you leave here, what do you get to do? Not what do you have to do, what do you get to do? Make sense? Oh, look, Wes, my husband's in the back, wave. Look at the picture, I forgot this was in here. This is his dog, Xander, actually our dog, but I'm gonna call it his dog, and he's the most important furry brown human in our life, in his life. Xander would not get out of the car today because he knew Wes was leaving. Like, that's how tight those guys are. All right, so that's a picture of him on our wall in Wes's office. So without this clear laser vision that I talked about in the beginning, the vision that you get to create while you're here maybe. If you don't have one, great. This is the perfect place to recreate something new. And when you have that clear laser vision, I promise you, you will wake up with the motivation and the ambition to create anything you want. If you don't have that motivation and ambition, guess what? There's two things that are happening. Anybody want to guess? One, you really don't care enough. Seriously, like, be honest with yourself. Because if you did, you would. And two, maybe you do care, but you're just afraid. So what's it going to take to let the story go away so that you can walk through the fear? You get to draft the story, which is the new story. You get to try it on to see if it works. If it doesn't, try it again. There are plenty of times we all try things and they don't work. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So draft the story, try it on. If it doesn't work, try it on again. Like, I mean, how many times you put an outfit on and you're like, that didn't work. Or I walk into Madeline's room and she's like, Mommy, no. And I go back and I put on something else, right? Same thing with your story. And then you declare it to yourself. You declare it to somebody around you, you declare it to the universe, and then you jump out of bed excited to do it. Raise your hand if you're in. There are a lot of things that people have told us that we can't do. There are a lot of things that subconsciously you have been trained to believe that you can't do. It's not true. So imagine what it would be like if what you actually believed to be impossible up until today could actually be possible. And then decide that it is absolutely perfect, and now open yourself up to the possibility. Are you still in?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. And it's the how-to that comes later. Like, doesn't matter. You will figure it out. I promise you'll figure it out. Everything is figure outable. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about the how now. Just worry about the possibility. I have a girl who works for me, and she's so funny. She's such an analyzer, and she's always like 10 steps ahead. Well, okay, Abby, I want to do this. And she's like, okay, but then if this, I'm like, I don't care, because we're not there yet. Stop. We're not there yet. We haven't figured out if it works or not works. So why are we coming up a solution with something that we don't know is even going to work or not work? Like, this is what we're going to do today, and we'll figure out the how-to later. Let's just work on step one. You know what that's called? It's being in the present, right? It's being in the present. You can figure out the how-to later, and then you get committed AF, and then you turn your vision into a reality, all right? So I promise you, you will get thrown off course. We all do. It's nothing new. There's nothing to be shamed about. It's what happens. It's called life. And then you'll feel uncomfortable, and you'll feel frustrated, and you'll feel agitated. You'll get triggered. You might be obnoxious, or mean, or irritable. You may feel insignificant, and you deal with it. You notice it. Wow, like, look at how I'm being right now. Do I want to be like this? Now, I share this with you because every day in your business, there are days you get triggered. I know it because I've been there, and I'm still there. And every day someone does something to you. No, they don't. They just do something, and then you get triggered about it because you tell yourself a story that may or may not be true. So, yes, you're going to get triggered in your life, in your business. And when you notice that coming up in your body, be like, thank you, triggers. You're here for a reason. You're teaching me something about myself. Who do I get to be right now to get a different result, right? So thank you. And remember that you are the only one. You are the only one. I don't know what your vision is. I can't help you create your vision. You are the only one that knows what's important to you. You are the only one that really knows what's important to you. And you get to create whatever it is that you get to create, and you are responsible for it. Not somebody else. It doesn't not happen or happen because somebody did something or didn't do anything. You're responsible. You're responsible for every result in your life. So if you're not getting a result, guess who's responsible? You. Get it? You create everything energetically. Does that make sense? You literally create everything around you energetically. So when you're holding on to energy that's not getting you to where you want to go, it's because you created it. So shift your energy, shift your way of being, and then you create something new. All right? So thank you guys for having me today. This is my contact information if you want to get in touch with me, and I have a little download there for you. It's like an intention setting guide, because I knew we didn't have a lot of time today. So if you want to go through and fill it out to create, it's prompts to help you create your own intention. You can go over there, download it, and fill it out on your own time. And then let me know how it goes. Okay? Thank you. Oh, the Monday call. Okay, so yeah, I thought that was what was at the end. So it's actually HaleyHobson.com/coaching-circle, and you have a month free. Okay?
Say it one more time.
HaleyHobson.com/coaching-circle.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
Dash or slash?
So how's